Throw the dirt faster. If anyone sees us, we are both dead. A young man in a gray sword sect robe shoveled wet earth into the pit, his breath ragged in the cold mountain air. Beside him, a thinner youth glanced over his shoulder at the dark forest, his hands trembling. Brother Jiang, is he really dead? He still has a pulse, I think. The taller one, Zhang Tao, spat onto the freshly turned soil. Dead or not dead, no one survives the pit of forgotten disciples. By dawn, the spirit beasts will pick his bones clean. Stop wasting time, Chen Wei. Hurry. Half buried in the pit below them, a young man named Lin Wuye lay motionless. Half his face was caked in blood, one of his eyes was swollen shut. His chest rose and fell only faintly, almost imperceptibly. The cold soil pressed against his cheeks, against his mouth, climbing slowly, slowly toward his nose. He was about to be buried alive, and in the next instant, an unimaginable pain erupted through his skull. Foreign memories flooded into his mind like a broken dam, images, voices, a lifetime not his own. The name of this dying body. Lin Wui. Outer disciple of the Cloudshade Sword Sect. 20 years old. Fourth layer of chi condensation. Critically injured. After digesting that flood of memories, the soul inside the body was left utterly stunned. Because the soul inside the body was no longer Lin Wui, it was someone else. A modern man, an ordinary office worker. Named Su Hung, who only seconds ago had been walking home through a rainy night in the city. A truck, headlights. The screech of brakes, and then darkness. And now, somehow, he was here, buried under the earth of a cultivation world he had only ever read about in novels. The memories that flooded his mind told him everything. The original Lin Wui was the lowest of the low. An outer disciple with no family, no master, no protection. 3 years ago, while drawing water from a mountain stream behind the sect, he had picked up a small black pendant in the shallow water. It looked like a piece of dead charcoal. It was warm to the touch even in winter. He had hung it around his neck and forgotten about it. Until 2 days ago. Until a senior brother, Zhang Tao, had taken notice of it. Hand it over, Zhang Tao had said, that worthless thing, a junior like you does not deserve to wear ornaments. The original Lin Wui had refused. Not out of pride, out of habit. It was the only thing he owned. And for that single refusal, Zhang Tao had returned tonight, with Chen Wei, and they had beaten him until his ribs cracked, and now they were burying him in the pit of forgotten disciples behind the sect's outer wall. I transmigrated, Su Hung thought, blood filling his mouth, and within 10 minutes I am about to be buried alive. Is there anything more absurd in this world? He tried to move, he could not. He could not even lift a finger, the dirt was at his lower lip now. In a few more breaths, he would suffocate. And then, just as the despair in his chest reached its peak, ding, devouring tyrant system binding complete. Emergency revival protocol initiated. Host detected in lethal state, newbie gift package issued. Granting mortal cleansing radiance, sealed artifact recognition, and base bloodline awakener. Welcome, host. Su Hung was stunned, a system. He had read enough novels in his last life to know what those 2 words meant, a cheat, a way out. The kind of system that mortal cultivators in this world would kill their own parents to obtain. In the next instant, 7 streams of 7-colored light descended from somewhere above, piercing through the soil and merging into his body. His broken ribs snapped back into place. The swelling in his eye drained away, the blood in his mouth was reabsorbed. And the cold black pendant around his neck pulsed once, slowly, like a sleeping heart. Above the pit, Zhang Tao and Chen Wei felt nothing. They were too busy patting down the loose earth. There. It is done, let us go. We can be back at the dormitory before the dawn bell. Chen Wei wiped sweat from his brow. Brother, Zhang, about the pendant. Are you sure you do not want to take it before we bury him? Zhang Tao scoffed. That thing is cursed, did you not hear what Elder Mu Qing said? The pendant has to be retrieved by the elder himself or the seal will react.
Our job was only to silence the boy. Leave the rest to those above. Hurry. Move. The two shoveled the last of the dirt, stomped it down, and turned to leave. They did not see, behind them, the soil over the grave beginning to ripple. They did not hear the faint crack of a vertebra resetting itself underground. They did not feel the killing intent that was rising, slow as winter steam, from beneath their feet. Inside the soil, Suhung opened his eyes, the dirt no longer pressed on him. A thin film of golden light wrapped his body like a second skin, holding back the earth. He could feel the seven-colored radiance still working through him, stitching what was broken, refining what was already whole. Suhung smiled, slow and cold, inside his cocoon of light. He did not need to move. Not yet. He had all the time in the world. They thought they had killed Lin Wui. They had no idea what they had just buried. Far away, in a high pavilion at the heart of the Cloudshade Sword Sect, an elder in dark blue robes opened his eyes from meditation. A frown creased his brow, he turned his head toward the eastern wall, where the pit of forgotten disciples lay. For a brief moment, he thought he had felt something. A pulse. A heartbeat that should not have been there. He stared into the darkness for a long time, then he closed his eyes again. Imagination, he murmured. The boy is dead. The pendant is mine. Outside, the sky was beginning to lighten. The first bell of dawn rang out over Cloudshade Peak.
By the time the second bell rang, Zhang Tao and Chen Wei were back in their dormitory. They had washed the dirt from their hands. They had changed into clean robes. They were sitting on their bunks pretending to read scripture, when the door of the outer disciples' dormitory creaked open, and a thin figure in a torn gray robe stepped inside. The whole room fell silent. Every disciple turned to look. Zhang Tao's scripture slipped from his fingers and hit the floor. Chen Wei's face drained of all color, leaving only a sickly gray. Standing in the doorway, looking calmly at the two of them, was Lin Wuye. Alive. Whole. Not a scratch on him. His eyes were clear, his breathing was steady. There was even a faint smile on his mouth. Brothers. Lin Wuye said in a voice so quiet it cut through the room like a blade. I believe we have some unfinished business. How is this possible? Chen Wei stumbled backward off his bunk, hitting the wall behind him. We buried you. I felt your bones break. I saw your eyes swell shut. You were not breathing. The other disciples in the dormitory looked at each other in confusion. Buried him. What does Chen Wei mean? Zhang Tao recovered faster, his face was pale, but his sword hand did not shake. He stood up slowly, his blade already at his hip. Lin Wuye, you little gutter rat. I do not know what trick you played, but it ends here. He drew his sword. A spiritual energy aura, the third layer of chi condensation, flared around his body and rolled outward in a heavy wave, pressing on every junior disciple in the room. Several of them collapsed to their knees. Lin Wuye did not move, the pressure washed over him and bent around him as if he were a stone in a river. The room went still as death. Zhang Tao's eyes narrowed. You broke through. He lunged. His sword came down in a slashing arc, the killing strike of the Cloudshade falling petal form, fast enough that the lower disciples could only see a streak of cold steel. And then the sword stopped. Mid-strike. 3 centimeters from Lin Wuye's throat. Held between 2 fingers. Lin Wuye looked at Zhang Tao with the same faint smile. Brother Zhang, he said gently. You taught me last week that a real sword cultivator does not need words to settle a dispute. I agree. He closed his fingers. The sword shattered. Bright fragments of spirit-forged steel scattered across the floor like falling snow. Zhang Tao stared at his empty hand. His mouth opened and closed. Impossible. You were a 4th layer chi condensation cripple this morning. What have you become?
Lin Wuye answered him with a single open palm strike to the chest. There was no sound of impact. There was only the sight of Zhang Tao flying backward through 3 rows of bunks, through the wooden wall of the dormitory, and into the courtyard outside. Tiles cracked where he landed. The entire dormitory was silent. Chen Wei was still pressed against the wall. He was crying, silently, his hands raised in front of his face. Brother Lin. Brother Lin. It was not me. It was Brother Zhang, he forced me. I was only carrying the shovel. Please. I did not strike a single blow. Lin Wuye walked toward him slowly. The other disciples in the dormitory shrank back. None of them looked at Chen Wei. None of them wanted to be a witness to whatever was about to happen. Lin Wuye placed 2 fingers gently on Chen Wei's forehead. The soul-searching technique the system had granted him activated on its own. 3 breaths. 5 breaths. Chen Wei's pupils dilated, then went blank. When Lin Wuye lifted his fingers away, Chen Wei collapsed sideways to the floor, alive but drooling, his mind temporarily empty. Lin Wuye looked at the watching disciples and bowed his head slightly, almost politely. Brothers. Sisters. He said. You did not see anything. You did not hear anything. If anyone asks, Brother Zhang Tao fell from the eastern wall while drunk. Chen Wei has a fever. Am I understood? The dormitory full of outer disciples nodded as one. No one spoke. No one even breathed. Lin Wuye turned, walked over to Zhang Tao's groaning body in the courtyard, and dragged him by the collar back into the dormitory by one hand, his strength as effortless as if he were dragging a sack of rice.
He set Zhang Tao down on a bunk, sat across from him on another bunk, and placed 2 fingers gently on Zhang Tao's forehead as well. This time the memory extraction was longer. The system listed each name and each scene as it was read. Su Heng watched the whole conspiracy unfold inside his mind. 3 days ago, Elder Mu Qing of the Western Pavilion summons Zhang Tao. Elder Mu Qing instructs Zhang Tao to retrieve the black pendant from outer disciple Lin Wuye. Elder Mu Qing warns Zhang Tao that the pendant has a soul-binding seal and must not be touched by anyone below the Foundation establishment realm. Elder Mu Qing instructs Zhang Tao to drive Lin Wuye to a remote location and silence him. Elder Mu Qing promises Zhang Tao a spirit-gathering pill upon completion. So, Su Heng leaned back on the bunk and exhaled slowly. So the order came from an elder. Not just any elder. An elder of the Western Pavilion. Which meant the Cloudshade Sword Sect had factions, and the factions were already aware of what hung around his neck. He looked down at the small black pendant resting against his chest. It pulsed once. Slowly. Like a sleeping heart. Ding! Sealed artifact recognized. Designation, ancestral vessel. Unlock progress, 1 of 9. Su Heng's eyes glittered. Elder Mu Qing, he whispered. I am coming to see you. The Cloudshade Sword Sect was an old sect, older than most of the sword sects in the Eastern Wind Province. It sat across 3 peaks like a sleeping dragon. The southern peak was the sect master's seat. The central peak held the disciple halls and the sword forest. The western peak, lowest of the 3, held the elders' pavilions and the library. There were 7 elders in the Cloudshade Sword Sect. Among them, Elder Mu Qing of the Western Pavilion was the 3rd strongest. A cultivator at the 8th layer of Foundation establishment, only 1 realm away from core formation, he had served the sect for over 200 years. He was known for 2 things: his pale jade sword called Frostflower, and his absolute calm in the face of all things. Today, his absolute calm was about to be broken. It was just past mid-morning when his attendant burst into his meditation chamber. Elder, there is a problem at the gate. Elder Mu Qing did not open his eyes. Speak. The attendant swallowed. There is an outer disciple at the front of the Western Pavilion. He demands to speak to you. He says his name is Lin Wuye. The brush in Elder Mu Qing's hand snapped in half. He had not been holding the brush. He had been sitting in meditation. The brush was on the desk 3 meters away. It snapped on its own from the pressure of his sudden killing intent. "Bring him in," Elder Mu Qing said. His voice was a whisper. "Bring him in alone." The attendant fled. A few minutes later, the door of the meditation chamber opened, and Lin Wuye stepped inside. He bowed politely, the way an outer disciple should bow to an elder. "Greetings, Elder Mu Qing," he said. "I apologize for the disturbance." Elder Mu Qing's eyes were closed. He did not bow back. He did not move. "So," he said softly, "you are not dead." Lin Wuye smiled. "As you can see." Elder Mu Qing finally opened his eyes. They were the color of gray jade, and they held no warmth. "Who restored you?" Lin Wuye tilted his head. "No one restored me, Elder. I restored myself. I had a small awakening. Of the heart. Of the Tao." A short pause is sometimes enough. Elder Mu Qing stared at him for a long time. Then he laughed once, dry and cold. "An awakening of the Tao. From a qi condensation outer disciple. That is the most insulting lie I have heard in 50 years. Lin Wuye did not flinch. "I am not lying, Elder," he said. "I am also not here to argue." He reached up to his neck and pulled the black pendant out from beneath his robe. He held it out on his open palm. "Elder," he said, "I believe this is what you wanted. Take it." Elder Mu Qing's eyes locked onto the pendant. For a brief flash, the absolute calm cracked. Greed surged across his face like a flood. He stood up from his meditation cushion, his hand reached out. And the second his fingertips brushed the pendant pulsed. Not gently, violently. A burst of pitch-black energy exploded outward from the small black stone, a wave so cold it froze the air in the room. Elder Mu Qing was thrown backward into his desk. The desk splintered. His pale jade sword Frostflower rang out from its scabbard in alarm, leaping into his hand on its own. Blood ran from the corner of his mouth. "You," he gasped. He stared at Lin Wuye, who was still standing perfectly calm with the pendant in his open palm, untouched, unharmed. "You are bound to it. You, a mortal worm, bound to an ancestral vessel." Lin Wuye's eyes were no longer warm. The polite smile was gone. He looked at Elder Mu Qing the way a man looks at a thing he is about to step on. "You sent 2 children to bury me alive in the dirt over a piece of black stone," he said. "And now you call me a worm." Elder Mu Qing realized in that moment that he had made a terrible miscalculation. He raised Frostflower. He poured the full force of an 8th-layer foundation establishment cultivator into his blade. The air in the chamber froze. Frost spread across the walls. Icicles formed where his breath had been a moment ago. "Die, mortal worm," he hissed, and Frostflower came down in a strike so fast that the swing left an afterimage. Lin Wuye raised one hand. He did not move from where he stood. He met the strike of Frostflower with his bare palm. There was a sound like a temple bell being struck underwater. Frostflower stopped against his skin. The blade did not cut. The frost did not bite. And then, slowly, the pale jade of the sword began to drain of color. Spiritual energy, cold qi, sword intent. All of it was being pulled out of Frostflower and into Lin Wuye's open palm. Elder Mu Qing screamed. His own cultivation, drawn through the sword by the technique, began to drain with it. He tried to release the hilt. He could not. His fingers were locked. In the courtyard outside, every disciple of the Western Pavilion froze in terror as the temperature of the entire peak began to drop, and then began to rise, and then settled, all in the span of 10 breaths. By the time it settled, Elder Mu Qing was on his knees inside his own meditation chamber. Frostflower was a dead gray rod of stone in his hands. His robes were drenched in sweat. His cultivation had been knocked back from the 8th layer of foundation establishment all the way to the 3rd. Lin Wuye stood over him, he had not even broken a sweat. Inside his body, every drop of stolen spiritual energy was already being refined and stored. He crouched down so that his eyes were level with Elder Mu Qing's. "Elder," he said softly. "Who told you about the pendant? Whoever told you, I want their name. And whoever told them, I want that name too."
And one more thing. He smiled, slow and gentle. You are going to walk with me to the sect master's hall. And you are going to confess.
The Cloudshade Sword Sect's sect master was a man named Yu Chen. He had silver hair, though he was only 110 years old, and he wore plain white robes with no ornamentation. He was a cultivator at the middle stage of nascent soul, the highest cultivator in the entire Eastern Wind Province. He was sitting alone in the sect master's hall when the doors opened, and Lin Wuye walked in, dragging Elder Mu Qing behind him by the collar of his robe. Every disciple, every attendant, every guard in the hall froze. The silence that followed was the silence of 1,000 people simultaneously realizing they did not understand what they were seeing. Sect Master Yu Chen looked up slowly from his scrolls. He looked at Lin Wuye. He looked at the kneeling Elder Mu Qing. He looked at the broken gray rod that had once been Frostflower. And then, very slowly, he set down his brush. Outer disciple, he said. Lin Wuye knelt on one knee. He kept hold of Elder Mu Qing's collar with one hand. Disciple, Lin Wuye greets the sect master, he said. Please forgive my insolence. I bring a confession. The hall began to fill. Word spread fast. Within minutes, the other 6 elders of the sect arrived, the 2 peak masters arrived, the senior inner disciples arrived. They stood in tense rings around the central floor of the hall, whispering to each other, none of them able to believe what they were seeing. An outer disciple. A nameless chi condensation outer disciple. Standing over the bleeding form of Elder Mu Qing. As if the elder were a captured beast. Some of the elders whispered that this was an insult to the sect, some whispered that this was impossible. One elder, an old man named Elder Bai of the southern peak, stood quietly with his hands behind his back and watched Lin Wuye with eyes that missed nothing. Sect Master Yu Chen lifted one finger. The hall went silent in an instant. Speak, young disciple, he said. And speak truthfully, the truth will be measured. Lin Wuye lifted his head. He did not speak, he simply reached out and touched 2 fingers to Elder Mu Qing's forehead. The sect master raised an eyebrow at the gesture, but he allowed it. A thin thread of silver light traveled from Mu Qing's brow into Lin Wuye's palm. And then a soul memory shard rose up between them in midair. It was an image, a frozen moment in time. Elder Mu Qing, 3 days ago, in this very pavilion. Instructing Zhang Tao to retrieve the pendant and silence the disciple. Every cultivator in the hall could see it, could feel it. The image carried Mu Qing's own intent, which meant the memory was authentic and could not be forged. The whispering in the hall stopped. The whispering turned into something colder. Sect Master Yu Chen looked at Elder Mu Qing for a long time. Elder Mu Qing, he said softly. Is this true? Elder Mu Qing did not answer, he could not. He had been drained too thoroughly. Sect Master Yu Chen turned his eyes back to Lin Wuye. And the pendant, where is it? Lin Wuye reached into his robe and pulled out the small black stone. It was warm. It pulsed once, slowly. Many of the elders in the hall hissed in shock, several of them took an involuntary step backward. Sect Master Yu Chen did not step back. He leaned forward slightly, and his eyes narrowed, and the calm gray jade of his gaze deepened by a shade. Ancestral vessel, he murmured. So that is what was hidden in our western stream. He looked back up at Lin Wuye. Disciple. The vessel is bound to you. Lin Wuye nodded. It is, Sect Master. Sect Master Yu Chen sat back in his seat. The hall was so quiet you could hear the soft whisper of incense burning. Then after a long pause, the sect master spoke again. Today, he said, the Cloudshade Sword Sect renders judgment. Elder Mu Qing of the Western Pavilion, for conspiring against a disciple of the sect, for unauthorized use of an elder's authority, for attempting to seize a sect artifact for personal gain, is stripped of his elder rank. He is demoted to the position of Outer Pavilion Librarian. His cultivation will be sealed at the third layer of foundation establishment by the punishment hall. He will not leave the sect for 90 years. The whispers in the hall exploded. Several disciples wept openly. Several elders looked at the kneeling Mu Qing with thinly veiled satisfaction. The factions of the Cloudshade Sword Sect, kept polite for so long, were stirring now. Sect Master Yu Chen raised his hand again. "Silence," he said. The hall went quiet. He looked at Lin Wuye. "Disciple Lin Wuye," he said. "You are promoted to inner disciple of the Cloudshade Sword Sect, effective immediately. You may choose any peak. You may choose any cave residence within that peak that is unoccupied. As for the pendant, since you are bound to it, the pendant is yours. The sect will not seize it." Lin Wuye bowed deeply. "Many thanks, Sect Master," he said. Sect Master Yu Chen tilted his head ever so slightly. "There is one condition. Speak it." The Sect Master's gray eyes held Lin Wuye for a long, long moment. "If the day comes that the vessel awakens fully," he said softly, "you will remember which sect raised you." The whispers in the hall went very still. Lin Wuye lifted his head and met the Sect Master's gaze without fear. He smiled. "Sect Master," he said, "I would not have come here today if I had any intention of forgetting." When Lin Wuye stepped out of the Sect Master's hall as a newly promoted inner disciple, the sun was already past its highest point. As he walked into the open courtyard, ding, status updated. Inner disciple, Cloudshade Sword Sect. 3 rival factions detected. Cultivation acceleration recommended. Lin Wuye almost smiled. He had already planned to accelerate. The whispering in the corridors followed him like a soft tide. Some of the disciples bowed as he passed. Some looked at him with envy. Some looked at him with naked hatred. The factions of the Cloudshade Sword Sect were no longer pretending to be one body. The inner disciple guide who had been assigned to him, a polite young woman in pale green robes named Senior Sister Lin Yuan, walked beside him in silence for a long way before she finally spoke. "Junior brother," she said carefully, "which peak will you choose?" "There are 3. The southern is the sect master's seat, with the strongest spiritual veins, but the cave residences are all taken. The central is the most popular among the inner disciples. The western is, well." She glanced over her shoulder. "The western will not welcome you for some time." Lin Wuye smiled faintly. "And the eastern?" Senior Sister Lin Yuan paused in her step. "There is no eastern peak, junior brother." "Not really. Officially, yes, there is, but no one cultivates there." Lin Wuye looked at her sideways. "Why not?" She lowered her voice. "Cursed ground. 40 years ago, an elder of the Eastern Peak was found dead in his own cave residence with no wound on his body and no spiritual energy left inside him. After that, 6 more disciples vanished or died on the Eastern Peak in the space of 1 year. The sect sealed the peak. Officially, it is still part of the sect. But no one goes there, no one is permitted to take a cave there." Lin Wuye nodded slowly. The system inside his mind stirred at the words. Whatever curse lay over the Eastern Peak, it was the kind of curse the Devouring Tyrant system could eat for breakfast. He smiled. "I will take the Eastern Peak," he said. Senior Sister Lin Yuan stared at him. By sunset, Lin Wuye stood at the gate of the Eastern Peak. The gate was old, the stone was cracked. Black moss grew across the carved characters that spelled out the peak's name. There was no guard, no attendant. Only silence and a cold wind that came down from the higher slopes, carrying the faint smell of iron. He stepped past the gate. The moment he crossed the threshold, his skin tingled. The residual qi he had been told about was real, and it was thick, almost liquid. He could feel the system in his body opening its mouth to drink. He climbed the path. The path was overgrown, tree roots had broken the stone. Halfway up, he found the first abandoned cave residence. The door was rotted off its hinges. Inside, dust covered everything in a thick gray blanket. He kept climbing. The higher he climbed, the heavier the air became, the more it pressed on his skin like the breath of a sleeping animal. By the time he reached the top,
he had passed 5 abandoned cave residences. He chose the highest one. The one that looked out over the entire sect. The one closest to the cold wind. He pushed open the door. Dust rose up in a thin gray cloud. The cave residence inside was simple. A stone cultivation platform, a small bed. An old desk. A small cooking stove, and, on the back wall, a deep, narrow hole, perhaps the width of a man's wrist, that radiated an old, slow, breathing cold. The source of the chi. He had found his fuel. He sat down on the stone platform. He pulled out the heavy storage pouch the sect master had granted him as an inner disciple, opened it, and counted the contents. 300 spirit stones. 2 bottles of foundation refining pills. 1 foundation establishment manual at the spirit grade. He set the manual aside. He had no need of it. The system had already gifted him an inherited cultivation method, the Devouring Tyrant Sutra, far above anything the sect could offer. He poured the spirit stones in a neat pile around him. He folded his legs. He closed his eyes. Activate 10 times cultivation. He said softly. The spirit stones around him began to dim, one by one, as their energy was drawn into his body, as his meridians widened, as his chi condensation base began to stretch, to refine, to break.
3 hours later, the first spirit stone in the pile turned to dust. 6 hours later, the 5th spirit stone turned to dust. By the time the moon rose over Cloudshade Peak, Lin Wuye's body radiated a faint golden light. By the time the moon was at its highest, the golden light deepened. And then, with a soft inner thunderclap that no one else in the sect heard, his chi condensation base shattered. Spiritual energy poured upward through his meridians. His dantian, that small inner sea inside every cultivator, deepened and refined. His skin tightened. His bones thickened. His breath slowed. Ding. Foundation establishment, first layer. Heavenly Tao path confirmed. Reward issued. Devouring Tyrant palm, second form. He opened his eyes. They glowed faintly gold for a moment, then settled into ordinary black again. Outside the cave residence, the cold wind of the eastern peak shifted direction, just slightly. As if something on the peak had finally noticed that someone new had moved in. And in a separate cave residence, 2 levels below his own, a young woman who had been meditating in the dark for 3 days straight, a woman who no one in the central or southern peaks knew was even still alive, lifted her head from her hands and frowned at the ceiling. She had felt that breakthrough. Whoever the new neighbor was not a normal cultivator. She stood up, brushed dust off her sword sheath, and went to find out who else had been exiled to the cursed peak. The knock at Lin Wuye's door came just before sunrise. He opened his eyes. He had been cultivating in silence for the last few hours, integrating the new technique. He had not expected company on the eastern peak. He stood, walked to the door, and opened it. Standing outside was a young woman in dark blue robes with a long sword strapped across her back. She was perhaps 23. Her hair was tied back in a single tight braid, her eyes were sharp, the color of cold steel. She looked him up and down without expression. "Inner disciple," she said, "new." Lin Wuye bowed politely. Disciple Lin Wuye greets senior sister. She did not bow back. "Sulan," she said, "Eastern Peak." 3 years. She tilted her head slightly to one side. "You broke through last night." Heavenly Tao Foundation, the whole peak felt it. Lin Wuye said nothing. She studied him for another long moment. Then she stepped past him into his cave residence, looked around once at the bare walls, the simple desk, the stone platform, and grunted. "Same as mine," she said. "Want some tea?" Lin Wuye blinked. "Yes," he said, "thank you, senior sister." She came back 20 minutes later with a small clay pot and 2 small cups. She sat down at his desk without invitation, poured for both of them, and waited until he sat across from her before she began to speak. "The Eastern Peak is not cursed.
she said quietly, not the way the sect tells it. The deaths 40 years ago were real, but the cause was not demonic. The cause was an elder who tried to use the residual chi here to forcibly break into core formation and failed. He took 6 disciples with him. After that, the sect sealed the peak because they did not want a second attempt. The sect lies. Lin Wuye sipped his tea. It was bitter and dark, the way mountain people made tea. So, he said, why are you here? Senior sister Su Lan looked at her cup. My master was Elder Bai of the southern peak. Lin Wuye remembered the old man with hands behind his back from the sect master's hall. Elder Bai stood quietly during everything. He spoke up once or twice in agreement with the sect master. He did not seem to be allied with any faction. Su Lan continued. My master is honest. Which is why my master has enemies. 2 years ago, the Central Peak faction tried to recruit me. I refused. 6 months later, my cultivation was poisoned. I survived. I was demoted from the Central Peak and reassigned to the Eastern Peak. Officially, it was for my safety. Unofficially, it was so I would die quietly out here. She lifted her eyes to his. I did not die quietly. I have been cultivating here for 3 years, and I have just broken through to the 7th layer of foundation establishment 2 months ago. Lin Wuye nodded slowly. He had read enough of the original Lin Wuye's memories to understand what she was telling him. The Cloudshade Sword Sect was not one body, it was 3 bodies in a single robe. The Southern Peak, the Sect Masters faction, the Central Peak, the Rising Merchant-aligned faction. The Western Peak, the Old Elders faction, which had until yesterday been led by Elder Mu Qing. And the Eastern Peak, which had become the place where the Southern Peak hid people it did not want the Central Peak to reach. He understood now why the sect master had allowed him to choose any peak. He understood now why senior sister Su Lan had come to introduce herself before breakfast. Senior sister, he said carefully. Are you here as my friend, or as Elder Bai's eyes? Su Lan smiled. It was a small smile, it did not reach her eyes. I am here as both, junior brother, she said, and so are you. Whether you wanted it or not, last night when you broke through to Heavenly Tao Foundation on this cursed peak, you became Elder Bai's eyes too. The Southern faction needs you, the Central faction will try to recruit you, the Western faction, whatever is left of it after yesterday, will try to kill you. Welcome to the inner sect. Lin Wuye laughed once, dry. I see, he said, then I will need to grow faster. She nodded. Yes, she said, you will. There is a tournament in 12 days. The inner sect's annual tournament, the top 3 are sent to represent the sect at the regional gathering at Linhai City. The top 1 is offered a position as a true disciple. If you place in the top 3 at 12 days old, the entire province will hear your name within a month. Lin Wuye set down his cup. 12 days, Su Lan stood up. 12 days. Cultivate well, junior brother. I will train with you in the evenings, if you wish. He looked up at her. Why? She paused at his door. Because, she said,
the Central faction will be sending a young man named Wang Hao to fight you in the first round. Wang Hao is the personal disciple of Elder Qing Yu of the Central Peak. Elder Qing Yu was Elder Mu Qing's quiet rival for 200 years. Now that Mu Qing has fallen, Qing Yu wants to occupy the Western Peak as well. Which means, Qing Yu does not want a Heavenly Tao Foundation disciple loyal to the Southern Peak to be alive and in the top 12 days from now. She smiled again, that small smile that did not reach her eyes. Wang Hao is 8th layer foundation establishment. He has been preparing for this tournament for 2 years. He will not hold back. Lin Wuye smiled back. He had read enough novels in his last life to know the rule. The first villain you crush sets the price for every villain who comes after. Over the next 11 days, Lin Wuye did not leave the Eastern Peak. He did not eat at the common hall, he did not attend the lessons. He did not visit the library, he cultivated. By the third day, he had reached the third layer of foundation establishment. By the sixth day, the fifth layer. By the ninth day, the seventh. The spirit stones the sect master had granted him were almost gone. He did not care. The residual chi pouring out of the small hole in the back wall of his cave residence was charging the system continuously, day and night, like a slow heart pumping in the dark. Senior Sister Su Lan came every evening at sunset. She did not ask him how he was breaking through so quickly, she had her own secrets and she respected his. Instead, she taught him the Cloudshade Sword forms one by one, the falling petal form, the mountain cleaving form, the three winds form. He absorbed them through the system in minutes. He practiced them with her in the cold courtyard outside his cave for hours, until the forms became natural in his hands. He did not show her the devouring tyrant palm. He did not show her the three-purity shadow sword, which the system had deduced for him on the seventh evening using 1,000 of his hard-earned energy points. He showed her only what an honest inner disciple of the Cloudshade Sword Sect would show. He listened to her stories about Elder Bai. He listened to her stories about the sect's old wars. He learned the names of the players in the central peak. He learned which of them was clever and which of them was only loud. On the 11th night, the night before the tournament, Lin Wuye sat alone in his cave residence after Su Lan had left. The moon outside was full. The cold wind off the eastern peak smelled of iron. He took out the small black pendant and set it on the desk in front of him. The pendant pulsed slowly. Ding! Resonance threshold reached. Partial contact with ancestral vessel initiated. Lin Wuye's eyes went still. The room around him faded. The cave residence, the desk, the cold wind, all of it dissolved into gray mist, and he found himself standing on a vast, empty plain under a black sky in which no stars burned. In the center of the plain was a great stone throne. On the stone throne sat a figure. The figure was old. Older than anything Lin Wuye had ever felt. The figure was so old that his outline blurred in and out, as if reality itself had forgotten exactly what shape he had once been. The figure wore a tattered robe. The figure's eyes glowed faintly gray, like cold jade. The figure raised one hand. "Come closer, vessel." The voice was not loud. It did not need to be. It rolled across the empty plain like the sound of mountains shifting. Lin Wuye walked forward. He stopped 10 paces from the throne. He did not kneel. The figure noticed. The figure laughed once. A soft, ancient laugh, with no malice in it. "Good," he said. The last one knelt. The last one was eaten by his own disciples. Pride is not a sin in this place. Lin Wuye bowed his head slightly, in acknowledgement but not in submission. "Senior," he said. "Who are you?" The figure rested both hands on the arms of the throne. "I had many names," he said. "In the mortal realms they called me the Heart of Heaven. In the lower divine realms they called me the First Tyrant. In the upper divine realms they called me Brother. I no longer carry any of those names. They were taken from me along with my body. What remains of me is what you hold around your neck. A heart, in a pendant, in the hands of a boy who was almost buried alive." Lin Wuye exhaled slowly. The information that flooded into him as the figure spoke was vast. He saw flashes of a great battle in the heavens. He saw disciples turning against their master. He saw a heart being torn out, sealed, hidden across 9 realms in 9 pendants. He saw 8 other vessels rising in 8 other worlds. He saw a long, patient, terrible plan. He understood, suddenly, that he was not the protagonist of a small sect story. He was a chess piece in a war between fallen gods. The figure on the throne watched him absorb it all with quiet patience. When the flood of information ended, the figure leaned forward slightly. "Vessel,"
he said. Tomorrow you will fight a small enemy. The figure smiled, faintly. Crush him. Not because I require it. Because I require you to learn that a vessel of mine does not negotiate with insects. Show the sect what they protected. Show the province what they ignored. Ding. Side quest issued. Defeat Wang Hao publicly in the inner sect tournament. Reward, Heart of Heaven Eye, first stage.
Lin Wuye looked at the figure on the throne. He smiled, slow and cold. The same smile he had given Jiang Tao in the dormitory 11 days ago. Senior, he said. I was already going to crush him. The figure leaned back on the throne. Of course you were, he said. That is why the heart chose you. Now go. The gray mist rose up around Lin Wuye. The empty plain dissolved. The cold wind of the eastern peak returned. The cave residents reappeared. The pendant on the desk glowed once, brightly, and then went dark and quiet. Lin Wuye stood up. He picked up the pendant. He hung it back around his neck. Outside, the first bell of dawn rang over the Cloudshade Sword Sect. The day of the tournament had begun. Far below, in the Central Peaks tournament arena, 10,000 seats were already filling with disciples. In the Central Peaks preparation hall, a tall, handsome young man in pale silver robes was adjusting the silver pin in his hair and smiling at his own reflection. His name was Wang Hao. He was 8th layer foundation establishment. He had been preparing for this tournament for 2 years. He had been promised, in writing, that after he won, he would be granted the title of true disciple and the personal tutelage of Elder Qing Yu. He looked at his own reflection one more time, smiled, and adjusted his sleeves. There was no one in the sect who could touch him today. Far above, on the cursed eastern peak, Lin Wuye fastened his sword belt, slid his sword into place, and stepped out of his cave residence into the cold morning light. Behind him, the small black pendant against his chest pulsed once. Slowly. Like a heart waking up. The Cloudshade Sword Sect had 3 peaks and 3 faces, but it had only one arena. It sat at the foot of the central peak, carved out of the mountain itself in a great ring of black stone. 10,000 seats rose in tiers around the central floor. On the day of the inner sect tournament, every one of those seats was full. The southern peak section, in plain white robes, watched in silence. The central peak section, in silver-trimmed silver, laughed and called out wagers. The western peak section, what little remained of it after the fall of Elder Mu Qing, sat in a tight, grim huddle. And in a small section near the very top, the inner disciples of the eastern peak should have sat. The section was empty, except for 2 figures. A woman in dark blue with a sword across her back. And, beside her, an empty cushion waiting to be filled. When Lin Wuye stepped out into the central floor, the entire arena went still. 10,000 pairs of eyes turned to look at him. The whispers began at once, and they did not stop. That is the boy. The new inner disciple. He is from the eastern peak. The cursed peak. He chose to live there. Some say he killed Elder Mu Qing with his bare hand. Some say the sect master himself promoted him in a single day. Some say his sword cannot be drawn or the sect will fall. Lin Wuye listened to all of it, the way a man listens to the sound of crickets at night. He stopped at the center of the floor. He folded his hands. He bowed politely to the south, to the east, to the west, and to the north. He did not look at the central peak section. He did not need to. The herald of the tournament stepped forward. He was a thin man in pale yellow robes, his voice carrying with the sound of a small bell embedded in his sleeve. First round, he called out. Bracket 16, Inner Disciple, Lin Wuye of the Eastern Peak, against Inner Disciple, Lu Cheng of the Central Peak. The Central Peak section roared. A young man jumped down from the silver-trimmed tier, landed lightly on the black stone floor, and drew his sword in a single sweeping motion. Lu Cheng was 25, 5th layer of foundation establishment. Tall, broad-shouldered, with a smile that had been carefully practiced in front of a mirror. He bowed mockingly to Lin Wuye. Junior brother, he called out. I will be gentle.
I will leave you enough strength to crawl back up to the cursed peak by yourself. Lin Wu-A drew his sword. It was a plain inner disciple blade, single-edged, the kind every inner disciple was given when promoted. He held it in a low guard. The herald raised one hand, he looked at both fighters. He brought his hand down. Lu Cheng moved first, his sword aura flared, a wave of pale silver spiritual energy that washed across the floor of the arena. And his first strike was the Cloudshade falling petal form, the same form Zhang Tao had used in the dormitory 11 days ago. It came in fast and from the left. Lin Wu-A did not move from where he stood. He waited for the blade to arrive. He waited until it was 3 centimeters from his shoulder. And then he moved. His sword came up in a single, short rising arc. The strike was so simple that the lower disciples watching could not even see what form it was. It was the Cloudshade falling petal form, mirrored, faster, cleaner. The two blades met. There was a single bright ring. Lu Cheng's sword broke at the hilt, fell to the floor, and skidded across the stone. Lu Cheng himself was already in the air, flung backward by the strike, his body arcing up and back over the boundary of the arena ring and crashing into the front of the central peak section. The disciples in that row scrambled out of his way. Lu Cheng landed face down in their laps, groaned once, and did not get up. The arena went silent. The herald cleared his throat. The herald glanced at Lin Wu-A, then at the broken sword on the floor, then at the unconscious Lu Cheng. "Winner," he announced, his voice a little higher than before. "Inner disciple Lin Wu-A of the Eastern Peak. By single strike forfeit." The silence held for one breath, two. And then the central peak section erupted. Not in applause. In furious whispers. He cheated. He must have cheated. No outer disciple promoted last week can do that. He is no inner disciple. He is something else. In the silver-trimmed silver, a tall young man in robes the color of moonlit silver stood up from the front row. He was handsome. He was 26. He wore a silver pin in his black hair, his spiritual energy was tightly leashed, but those near him could feel it pressing down like a small mountain. Wang Hao. Personal disciple of Elder Qingyu. 8th layer of foundation establishment. He watched Lin Wu-A for a long moment with eyes the color of cold mercury. Then he sat down again. He picked up his cup of tea. He drank, slowly, and said nothing.
Lin Wu-A sheathed his sword. He turned. He walked back toward the steps that led up to the empty eastern peak section. As he passed the front row of the central peak, his eyes brushed past Wang Hao's, just once. The two looks held. Both smiled. Up in the eastern peak section, senior sister Su Lan watched him climb the steps with the corner of her mouth tilted up by exactly 1 degree. The bracket bell rang. The herald called the next match. Lin Wu-A sat down beside Su Lan. He did not speak. He did not need to. The whole arena had already heard what his sword had to say. Around the bracket board behind the herald, a thin man in a black robe finished writing the next round's pairings in flowing ink. When he stepped back, every disciple in the arena leaned forward to read. Semifinal, bracket 4. Inner disciple Lin Wu-A of the Eastern Peak. Against. Personal disciple Wang Hao of Elder Qingyu. The arena went very still. Senior sister Su Lan turned her head slightly toward Lin Wu-A. "So," she said quietly. He picked his own bracket. Lin Wu-A smiled. "Of course he did," he said. "He has been waiting 2 years for this." Far below, Wang Hao set down his teacup and stood. He stretched once, slowly, like a cat. The silver pin in his hair caught the sunlight. He stepped out onto the central floor of the arena. He drew his sword. And he smiled, slow and sharp, looking up at the eastern peak section. He raised his blade and pointed it at Lin Wu-A. The whispers rose around the arena like wind through dry grass. The semifinal began without a herald's countdown. Wang Hao had drawn his sword. By the law of the intersect tournament that constituted a challenge accepted, Lin Wu-A descended from the eastern peak section 1 step at a time, taking his time, letting the arena watch each step.
The whispers along the way were not quiet now, they were loud, angry, eager. The Central Peak section called out openly. Wang Hao, break his arms. Wang Hao, take his pendant. Wang Hao, send the Eastern Ghost back to the dirt. Lin Wuye walked the entire length of the arena floor without acknowledging any of it. He stopped 6 paces from Wang Hao. He bowed politely. Senior Brother Wang, he said. I look forward to your instruction. Wang Hao laughed once, the laugh was light. It carried. He pointed his sword at Lin Wuye's chest. Instruction, he said, you will not be standing long enough to receive instruction. The murmur of the crowd swelled, then died, then swelled again as the herald lifted his hand. The bell rang. Wang Hao moved like a flash of moonlight on water. He covered the 6 paces in a single sword step, the technique of the silver wind form, a sect-level art reserved for personal disciples. His blade was a streak of pure silver, the spiritual energy around it humming at a pitch that made the disciples in the front row wince. The first strike came at Lin Wuye's throat. Lin Wuye blocked it, there was no sound. The 2 blades did not meet. Lin Wuye had raised his sword, but Wang Hao's blade had stopped a finger's width away, as if the air itself had thickened into a wall. Wang Hao's eyes narrowed, he pulled back. He struck again, lower, at Lin Wuye's waist. The same, the blade stopped. Wang Hao stepped back 3 paces, he looked at Lin Wuye over the edge of his own sword. His easy smile had become a thin, dangerous line, so, he said. The rumors are not rumors. Lin Wuye did not answer. He simply raised his free hand and gestured, palm up, fingers curling once. Come, the gesture said. The arena exploded into noise. To make a foundation establishment personal disciple come to you was an insult that could only be repaid in blood. Wang Hao's spiritual aura flared, the cold mercury of his eyes went a shade darker. He drew on a reserve he had not planned to use until the finals. The silver pin in his hair began to glow. The pin was an artifact, a sect-granted artifact. Silvermoon Heart, an 8th-grade defensive treasure that doubled the wearer's sword speed for 10 breaths. The crowd recognized the glow at once. They gasped. Wang Hao has activated the Silvermoon Heart, an old elder in the western section muttered. In the first semifinal. He is afraid. Wang Hao did not look afraid, he looked furious. He vanished from where he stood. The next moment he was at Lin Wuye's left, then his right, then his front, then his back. 7 strikes in 3 breaths, each one a different form, each one capable of killing a 6th-layer foundation establishment cultivator in a single blow. The arena lost track of him. The arena could only see Lin Wuye, standing perfectly still in the center of the floor, his sword held loose, his eyes half closed. On the 7th strike, Lin Wuye finally moved. He did not raise his sword to block, he raised his free hand. From his palm extended a thin, dark, 3-shadow afterimage, 3 blades of pure black sword intent, hanging in the air like ink poured into still water. The 3-purity shadow sword. The system had refined it for him on the 7th evening of his cultivation in the eastern cave. He had not shown it to senior sister Su Lan. He had not shown it to anyone. The 3 black blades hung in the air for a single heartbeat, then they moved on their own. They did not chase Wang Hao. They simply intercepted him at 3 points, 3 breaths apart, as Wang Hao's Silvermoon accelerated movement carried him through the arena in his pattern. The first black blade caught Wang Hao's right wrist, the second caught his left ankle. The third hovered, point first, a hair's breadth from his throat.
Wang Hao stopped. He was suddenly perfectly still in the center of the arena floor. His sword was in his hand, but his right wrist had gone numb. His left ankle was bleeding. And against his throat, a blade he could not see was waiting for him to breathe wrong. The arena went silent. Wang Hao's eyes flicked downward to the black blade at his throat, then back up to Lin Wuye, who had not moved from his original spot. Wang Hao tried to speak. The blade at his throat pressed inward by 0.5 millimeter. He stopped trying. Lin Wuye took 1 step forward. He raised his free hand again, slowly, with the patience of a man who had a year to do this. He closed his fingers. The 3 black blades collapsed inward. The silver moon heart pin in Wang Hao's hair cracked, top to bottom, with a sound like a small wine glass breaking. Pale silver light leaked out of the broken pin, was sucked across the air to Lin Wuye's open palm, and disappeared into his sleeve. Wang Hao gasped. His spiritual energy, the 8th layer foundation establishment cultivation that had taken him 8 years to reach, began to drain. He could feel it leaving him, a thin, steady stream pulled by something he could not see, refined by something he did not understand, swallowed by something with no bottom. He fell to one knee. He fell to both knees. His sword clattered out of his hand. His silver-trimmed silver robe darkened with sweat. His face went chalk white. By the time the 3 black blades finished feeding, Wang Hao's cultivation was at the 5th layer of foundation establishment. 3 full layers had been eaten in front of 10,000 witnesses. The herald stared. The sect master, watching from a high balcony of pale marble, did not move. But beside him, a tall, handsome elder in silver-trimmed silver, Elder Qing Yu of the Central Peak, gripped the railing of the balcony hard enough that the marble cracked under his fingers. He had spent 2 years preparing this disciple. He had promised in writing that this disciple would be a true disciple within the month. He had promised, in writing, certain things to other parties that depended on this disciple's win. Lin Wuye looked up at the high balcony. He looked at Elder Qing Yu's cracked marble railing. He smiled, faintly. Then he turned to the herald. "Herald," he said politely. "The match is concluded." The herald swallowed. "Winner," he announced. "Inner disciple Lin Wuye. By incapacitation." The crowd did not erupt. The crowd was too stunned. Lin Wuye sheathed his sword. He walked back across the arena floor. As he passed Wang Hao, he paused once. He bent slightly. "Senior brother," he said quietly, in a voice meant only for Wang Hao's ears. "Tell your master that he is the next one I will visit." He walked on. Behind him, 2 attendants ran out onto the floor to carry Wang Hao away. As they lifted him, Wang Hao opened his eyes. They were no longer the color of cold mercury. They were the color of a man who had just realized that the rest of his life was going to be very short. Up on the high balcony, Elder Qing Yu released the cracked marble railing. He smiled politely at the sect master. He excused himself. He walked, calmly, out of the tournament. Ding. Side quest completed. Defeat Wang Hao publicly. Reward issued. Heart of Heaven Eye, first stage. Inside Lin Wuye's forehead, a single pinprick of warmth bloomed and then settled into stillness. He climbed back to the eastern peak section. Su Lan handed him a cup of tea. They watched the next match in silence. By the time the brackets reached the final, the sun had climbed past its highest point and was beginning to slide westward. The arena was hotter now. The whispers were quieter. The disciples of the central peak no longer called out wagers. The disciples of the southern peak sat very straight in their plain white robes, watching with a quiet, hungry attention. The disciples of the western peak, what remained of them, watched with the expression of men who had picked the wrong horse and were now praying that no one would remember they had bet on it. The other semifinal had ended quickly. A southern peak inner disciple named Du Heng had defeated a central peak prodigy in 8 exchanges. Du Heng was 30 years old, the 9th layer of foundation establishment, the eldest inner disciple in the sect. He was the protected son of the southern peak faction. He was honest, slow to anger, careful with his sword, and devoted to the sect master. He stepped out onto the arena floor for the final with his hands folded in front of him and a small, respectful bow toward the high balcony. When Lin Wuye descended for the final, the arena did not whisper. The arena watched. Du Heng bowed first, deeply, the bow of an elder brother to a respected newcomer. "Junior brother Lin," he said, "I look forward to crossing blades with you." Lin Wuye returned the bow at the same depth, no more, no less. "Senior brother Du," he said. "The honor is mine." They drew their swords at the same moment. The herald did not need to ring the bell. They began on their own. The final was nothing like the semi-final. Du Heng did not use silver wind. He did not use 8th grade artifacts.
He used only the most basic of the Southern Peaks forms, the plain mountain sword, an art so old it predated the sect itself. The plain mountain sword was not fast, it was not flashy. It was simply correct. Every strike landed where it should land. Every block held where it should hold. Du Hong moved like a man walking up a familiar mountain path, one foot after the other, no doubt, no waste. Lin Wuye recognized the form within the first exchange. He answered it with its own ancient counter, the plain mountain counter, which the Devouring Tyrant system had unlocked for him on the 9th evening from the same buried memory pool that had given him the Cloudshade forms. The two of them traded 40 exchanges in 2 minutes. Every exchange was clean, there was no draining, there was no shattering of artifacts. There was only sword against sword, form against form, two cultivators reading each other across the distance of their blades. On the 41st exchange, Lin Wuye saw the opening. It was the smallest opening, a half-breath delay in Du Hong's left foot, the kind of delay that came not from weakness but from the natural rhythm of the form itself. Lin Wuye did not exploit it cruelly. He stepped through it once. His blade came to a stop against the side of Du Hong's neck. Du Hong's blade came to a stop, half a breath later, against Lin Wuye's collarbone. They held there. For a single long moment, the two blades rested against each other's throats. Then Du Hong smiled. He stepped back. He lowered his sword. He bowed again, deeply. "Junior brother Lin," he said, loud enough for the arena to hear. "I yield." The crowd erupted. Not in shock this time, in approval. The Southern Peak section rose to their feet. The Eastern Peak section, with its single occupant, rose to her feet. After a long moment, even some of the Central Peak section rose to their feet, though their faces were tight. The herald stepped forward to declare the result. The sect master raised one hand from the high balcony, and the herald paused. The sect master himself descended from the balcony. He walked across the arena floor in his plain white robes, slowly, in no hurry. He stopped between Lin Wuye and Du Hong. He bowed once to Du Hong, an elder's bow to a faithful disciple. Du Hong knelt. The sect master raised him up by the elbow, gently, then the sect master turned to Lin Wuye. He placed one hand on Lin Wuye's shoulder. "Disciple," he said. "The inner sect has chosen." He turned to the arena. Disciple Lin Wuye of the Eastern Peak is named champion of the inner sect tournament. He is granted the title of true disciple of the Cloudshade Sword Sect. He is granted the right of independent cultivation, free passage of the 3 peaks, and a personal cave residence in the southern peak of his choosing should he wish to relocate. The arena roared. The Eastern Peak section, with its one occupant, smiled the smallest smile that had ever been smiled in the history of that section.
The sect master raised one hand again, and the roar quieted, slowly. "There is one further matter," the sect master said. "The 3 top placements of the inner sect tournament are summoned to represent the Cloudshade Sword Sect at the Linhai City Regional Gathering of the Eastern Wind Province. The gathering convenes in 14 days. Champion," he nodded to Lin Wuye. "Second place," he nodded to Du Hong. "And third place," he nodded toward a young woman from the southern peak who had lost to Du Hong in the quarterfinals. The sect master turned to add one more name. "By special decree," he said, "I am adding a 4th representative. Senior Sister Su Lan of the Eastern Peak, who has been quietly cultivating in self-imposed exile for the past 3 years and has reached the 7th layer of foundation establishment without sect resources, will accompany the 3 placements as the sect's reserve representative." Su Lan, high up in the Eastern Peak section, paused for one full breath. Then she stood, walked down the steps, crossed the arena floor, and bowed to the sect master at the same depth Du Hong had bowed. "Disciple Su Lan accepts," she said. Her voice did not shake. The arena was just beginning to settle into the rhythm of the announcement when, from the southern gate of the sect, a long, deep horn sounded. The horn was not a sect horn, it was a guest horn,
the kind used only when a visiting cultivator of equal or greater rank to the sect master arrived at the gates. The arena went still. The sect master turned his head, slowly, toward the southern gate. "So," he murmured. "They have come early." From the southern gate, a procession entered the arena. 12 cultivators in deep purple robes, each at the level of late core formation. They split into 2 lines of 6 on either side. Between them walked a single figure in deeper purple, taller than the others, his robe trimmed in actual woven gold thread, an artifact-grade sword sheathed at his hip. He was perhaps 50 years old in appearance, but in this world that meant nothing. His cultivation pressed on the arena even from across the floor. Nascent soul, late stage. The sect master's own cultivation was middle nascent soul. The man in the deeper purple was higher. The figure walked the full length of the arena floor at an unhurried pace. He passed Du Heng without looking. He passed Su Lan without looking. He stopped 4 paces from Lin Wuye. He bowed, very slightly, to the sect master across the floor. And then his eyes, the color of old bronze, settled on the small black pendant at Lin Wuye's collar. He smiled. "So," he said softly. "There you are, after 800 years. Hello, little brother." The pendant against Lin Wuye's chest pulsed. Slowly. Like a heart that had just heard its name.
The sect master spoke first. His voice was calm. "Lord Marong," he said. "We did not expect you for another 14 days. The Linhai city gathering convenes on the new moon." The lord in deep purple lifted his eyes from Lin Wuye's pendant, only barely, and turned them toward the sect master. He smiled. The smile was warm at the surface and cold underneath. "Sect Master Yuchen," he said. "Forgive my early arrival. Family matters required that I see this disciple of yours sooner rather than later." He gestured at Lin Wuye without looking at him. "I trust the timing is not inconvenient." The sect master inclined his head slightly. "The whole sect is gathered," he said. "If you wish to speak with our champion, you may speak now. Or you may speak in private after the closing ceremony. As Lord Marong wishes." Lord Marong laughed, a quiet, indulgent laugh. Lin Wuye stood perfectly still, 4 paces from him. "Now will do," the Lord said. He returned his bronze eyes to Lin Wuye's pendant. "Disciple," he said. "The pendant at your neck. May I see it?" Lin Wuye did not move. He kept his hands at his sides. "Senior," he said politely. "The pendant is bound to me. It cannot leave my skin without my life leaving with it. May I ask why a senior of Lord Marong's stature would notice a pendant on the chest of a sect disciple?" Lord Marong smiled wider. He liked the answer. The disciples around the arena could not see his face from where they sat, but those near him could feel that the Lord was not displeased to be answered with a question. 800 years ago," he said. "My great-great-great-grandfather, the founder of the Marong Merchant Alliance, lost a small black pendant to a wandering thief in the Borderlands. That pendant was a family heirloom. It had been in our line since before the founding of the Alliance. He never recovered it. He passed the search down to his son passed the search down to his son. For 800 years the Marong family has been looking for that pendant." He folded his hands in front of him in the gesture of a polite request. "Today, I see it on the chest of a Cloudshade Sword Sect disciple who has just won a tournament. May I ask, young brother, how you came to wear it?" Lin Wuye had read enough of the original Lin Wuye's memories to know exactly when and where the pendant had been found. He answered without hesitation. "Senior," he said. "The original owner of this body found the pendant in the shallow water of a mountain stream behind this sect, 3 years ago. He picked it up and hung it around his neck because it was warm. He did not know its name. He did not know its history. He wore it as an ornament until 2 weeks ago, when an elder of this sect attempted to take it from him by force." Lord Marong's bronze eyes flickered.
He had heard about the fall of Elder Mu Qing. He had heard about the public confession in the sect master's hall. He had heard, evidently, a great deal. So, he said, "The pendant called you." Lin Wuye did not answer. He simply touched the pendant at his collar with 2 fingers, lightly. The pendant pulsed under his skin, slowly, once. The pulse was visible. Every cultivator in the arena saw it. Lord Morong saw it. The bronze eyes narrowed by exactly the width of a thread, and then they widened again. Sect Master Yuchen spoke. "Lord Morong," he said. "The pendant is bound to my disciple at the soul level. The binding has been confirmed by the sect's array masters. The pendant cannot be transferred without the disciple's death. If the Morong family wishes to verify this, the sect will open the array hall for inspection at any time of the Lord's choosing." Lord Morong did not answer the sect master. He answered Lin Wuye. "Young brother," he said. "I am a reasonable man. The Morong family does not steal what is already bound." He spread his hands. "But the Morong family also does not let 800 years of searching end in another man's pocket. So I will make you an offer." He raised 1 finger. 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. He raised a second finger, 3 immortal-grade artifacts of my own choosing from the Morong vault, presented to you on the steps of the sect master's hall. He raised a third finger, 1 core formation pill. Refined by the Linhai City Alchemy Hall, guaranteed to lift any cultivator at the 9th layer of foundation establishment to early core formation within 3 days. He folded his hand again. "In exchange," he said, "you hand me the pendant. And you walk away from this sect a wealthy man."
The arena did not breathe. The numbers were obscene. The Cloudshade Sword Sect's entire annual treasury did not match 1/10 of the offer. A core formation pill alone was the sort of thing that ended faction wars. Lin Wuye looked at Lord Morong for a long, quiet moment. Then he smiled, gently. "Senior," he said, "I am honored by your generosity, but the pendant is not for sale." Lord Morong's smile did not change. The bronze in his eyes did. "Young brother," he said softly, "I do not believe you understand the offer. I am not asking for the pendant, I am asking how to make the transfer convenient for you." Lin Wuye's voice stayed quiet. "Senior," he said, "I do not believe you understand my answer. The pendant is not for sale. Not for 100,000 spirit stones, not for 10 million, not for a core formation pill, not for the entire Morong Merchant Alliance vault. The pendant has chosen me. I have chosen the pendant. Both choices are final." The arena was so still that a falling leaf would have sounded like a thunderclap. Lord Morong looked at Lin Wuye for 1 long count of 10 heartbeats. Then he smiled again. The smile was real this time, the bronze in his eyes warmed by a single shade. "Good," he said, "Sect Master Yu Chen." He turned to the high balcony. "Your disciple has spine, I am pleased." The sect master inclined his head a fraction. Lord Morong turned back to Lin Wuye. "Young brother," he said, "I withdraw the offer." He paused. "But I will see you at the Linhai City Regional Gathering on the new moon." He paused again. "And I will see the pendant." He turned. His 12 attendants in deep purple closed around him. The procession walked the full length of the arena floor back to the southern gate. As Lord Morong reached the gate, he turned, just once, and looked at Lin Wuye over his shoulder. 14 days, young brother," he said, in a voice low enough that only those at the front of the southern peak section could hear. "Be ready." He passed through the gate, the horn sounded once more, the procession was gone. Ding. New thread activated. Morong Merchant Alliance has identified the ancestral vessel. Time to first contact, 14 days. By the time Lord Morong's procession was a half-day down the western road, the intersect tournament had ended in name only. The closing ceremony had been brief. The sect master had thanked the disciples had bowed, the arena had emptied. But the Cloudshade Sword Sect had not gone to sleep. It had only turned down its lamps. In the western pavilion, where Elder Mu Qing had until 2 weeks ago held court, a new occupant was pouring tea. Elder Qing Yu of the Central Peak had moved into Mu Qing's former chambers on the second day after the trial in the sect master's hall. He had done it quietly. He had not asked permission. He had simply walked in with his attendants, removed Mu Qing's old scrolls, replaced them with his own, and begun using the room. The sect master had not commented. The other elders had not commented. In the politics of the Cloudshade Sword Sect, silence on a small thing was permission for a bigger thing. Qing Yu understood this perfectly. Tonight, 3 of his inner disciples were kneeling on the cushions across from his low writing desk. The first was Wang Hao. His face was still chalk white. His silver-trimmed silver robes had been replaced with plain white mourning silk, the kind worn by a disciple whose cultivation had been damaged. His hands were folded in his lap. He did not look up. The second was a thin, sharp-faced young man named Bai Lu, the third-place finisher of the day, the one Du Heng had defeated in the semi-final. The third was a woman of perhaps 28, her hair cut shorter than was customary, dressed in dark traveler's robes. She was not an inner disciple, she was not even a sect member. She had been allowed into the pavilion through the side gate. Her name, in the sect records, did not exist. In the records of a certain quiet brotherhood in Linhai City, she was listed as the Bone Whisper. Poisoner. 8th layer foundation establishment. Specialty, soft killing of cultivators above her own rank. Using slow alchemical compounds. Elder Qing Yu poured tea for all 4 of them, including himself. He set down the pot. He spoke as if discussing the weather. 2 years ago, he said, you, Bone Whisper, performed a service for this pavilion. The service was the slow poisoning of an inner disciple from the southern peak who was approaching the foundation establishment threshold. The service was paid for in spirit stones. The service was, regrettably, only partially successful. The disciple survived and was relocated to the eastern peak. Bone Whisper inclined her head slightly. The disciple was senior sister Su Lan. She said softly. Elder Qing Yu nodded. The pavilion does not blame you, he said. The pavilion accepts that the southern faction must have intervened. The pavilion now wishes to commission you again. He lifted his teacup, blew across the surface, and sipped. The target, he said, is the new champion. Inner disciple, now true disciple, Lin Wuye of the Eastern Peak. Bone Whisper did not flinch. She turned her teacup in her hand once, slowly. The new champion, she said, has just been touched by Lord Murong of the Linhai Alliance. He travels to Linhai City in 14 days under the protection of the Cloudshade Sword Sect and possibly of the Murong Alliance itself. Murong does not share his prey. Elder Qing Yu smiled, faintly. Lord Murong wants the pendant, he said. The pendant is bound to the disciple. The disciple cannot transfer the pendant while alive. Murong will not move against him before Linhai because Murong wishes to negotiate. The pavilion has no such constraint. The pavilion has nothing to negotiate. The pavilion simply wishes that the disciple does not reach Linhai. Bone Whisper considered. She turned her cup again. The disciple, she said, is a true disciple of the sect now. He defeated your personal disciple in front of 10,000 witnesses. He defeated him with a technique I do not recognize. He defeated Elder Mu Qing in a private chamber 2 weeks ago with no witnesses at all. She lifted her eyes to Qing Yu. Her eyes were the color of dirty river water. The price, she said, has tripled. Elder Qing Yu did not blink. Accepted, he said. He reached into his sleeve and drew out 3 storage bags. He placed them, one after another, on the desk between them. 300 top-grade spirit stones. 6 foundation building pills. 1 bottle of Cloudshade Sword Sect heart blood, for verification of identity in alchemical formulas. Bone Whisper looked at the 3 bags. She nodded once. She picked them up. She slid them into her sleeve. Tonight, she said. Tonight, Qing Yu agreed. Wang Hao finally lifted his head. He spoke for the first time since the meeting began. His voice was scraped raw. Master, he said.
May I accompany? Qing Yu did not even glance at him. He turned to Wang Hao slowly. No, he said, you may not. You will return to your cave residence on the central peak. You will not leave it for 7 days. You will reflect on the difference between an artifact-dated 8th layer cultivator and a Heavenly Dao Foundation cultivator. Then, in 7 days, when the matter is concluded and the pavilion has cleaned the eastern peak of its inconvenient new occupant, you may emerge. Wang Hao bowed his head until it touched the floor. Bone Whisper rose. She bowed once to Elder Qing Yu, a shallow professional bow with no warmth in it. She turned and slipped through the side door of the pavilion. She moved without sound. She passed the lantern in the corridor without disturbing its flame. By the time she reached the back wall of the western pavilion grounds, she was no longer visibly there. Inside the chamber, Elder Qing Yu refilled his own teacup. He sipped. He looked at the 2 remaining disciples across from him. Bai Lu, he said. The 3rd-place finisher straightened. The 14-day journey to Linhai City, Qing Yu said. The sect will send the 4 representatives along the southern road. The road passes through Wuhan Forest on the 7th day. Wuhan Forest is wild. Beasts are common. Accidents are not unheard of. Bai Lu nodded once. Master, he said. Understood. Qing Yu inclined his head a fraction. He picked up his brush. He began to write a letter to a contact in a small Foundation establishment-level beast cultivator clan that owed his pavilion a favor. The lantern in the corridor flickered. The flame leaned to the east, just for a moment, as if a wind had passed. There was no wind.
It was past midnight when Lin Wuye returned to his cave residence on the eastern peak. The arena had emptied hours ago. The sect master had spoken to him privately in a small antechamber off the central courtyard. The conversation had been short. The sect master had thanked him for his service to the sect. The sect master had warned him to take the southern road carefully. The sect master had said, very quietly, that Lord Marong was not the worst thing in Linhai City, only the most polite. Lin Wuye had bowed. He had said nothing. He had climbed the long path back up the eastern peak in silence, alone, his sword across his back. At the door of his cave residence, Su Lan was waiting for him. She held out a small jade bottle. A breath-calming pill, she said. The first one you can keep. Lin Wuye took it. He smiled. Thank you, senior sister. She studied his face for a long moment. Then she said, you fought Wang Hao with a technique that is not in any Cloudshade scroll. Lin Wuye said nothing. She continued, you answered Lord Marong with the calm of a man who knew the conversation was scripted. He still said nothing. She continued, we leave for Linhai in 12 days. The journey takes 14. You will be in the wild for at least 9 of those days. The wild belongs to whoever pays the most. Lin Wuye nodded slowly. I know, senior sister. He said. Will you train with me until the road begins? She looked at him for one more long breath. Yes. She said. Every evening. She turned. She walked back down the path to her own cave residence, 2 levels below his. Lin Wuye watched her go. Then he stepped inside, closed his door, sat down on his stone cultivation platform, and lit the small wick of his cave lamp. The lamp flickered once and steadied. He breathed out slowly. He turned his attention to the small, narrow hole in the back wall. The hole was the source of the residual qi. He had known this from the first night. He had been drinking from it ever since, at first carelessly, like a man drinking water from a clear stream, and then with increasing focus as the qi grew thicker. Tonight, the qi from the hole was different, it was hotter. It was hungrier. It was responding to something. He centered himself. He folded his legs. He opened the meridians of his dantian wide, and began to circulate the Devouring Tyrant Sutra. The qi from the hole came rolling into him in slow,
black waves. He swallowed it. He refined it. He pushed his cultivation. The 8th layer of foundation establishment broke first, gently, like ice cracking on a pond. He did not even notice. The 9th layer of foundation establishment came next, slower, with a sound like a slow bell. His meridians widened. His dantian deepened. His skin tightened. His bones thickened a second time. The pendant against his chest grew warm. Ding! Foundation establishment, 9th layer. Heavenly Tao path stabilizing. Bottleneck for core formation detected. Required, a single drop of high-grade origin essence. He opened his eyes a fraction. He was about to reach for the storage bag at his belt when he heard it, a voice. Not loud. Not even close to loud. The voice came from inside the small, narrow hole in the back wall. It was not the voice of the figure on the stone throne. It was not the voice of the heart of heaven. This voice was older, in a different way. It was thinner, it was hungrier. It was female.
"Who?" the voice said. "Who is drinking from my mouth?" Linhai did not move. The pendant at his chest pulsed once, hard, like a warning. The voice from the hole sighed slowly. 40 years, the voice said. 40 years of dry. 40 years of cold. 40 years of nothing dripping past my lips. And now a small fat boy, holding a heart that is not his. Linhai stood up slowly. He drew the pendant out from beneath his robe. He held it in front of him. "Senior," he said politely, his voice steady, "forgive my intrusion. The cave residence above your dwelling was assigned to me by the sect. I did not know there was a venerable presence beneath." The voice from the hole laughed. The laugh was the sound of dry leaves rubbing together. "Polite," the voice said. "Polite." The old elder was not polite. The old elder tried to break me open and drink me. He could not. He died with his blood in my throat. His 6 little disciples died after him. I let them die. I let them die slowly, the voice paused. "Boy," the voice said. "Boy with the heart. Come down here. Come down here and feed me a little, just a little. A drop of you, a drop of your master. A drop of the heart. I will give you a core formation pill in return. I have one. I have several. Come down." Linhai's pendant pulsed 3 times against his chest, hard. The heart of heaven inside the stone was speaking now. The system translated. Ding. Threat assessment. Buried entity, classification, soul remnant of a yin cave crone. Cultivation level when sealed, peak nascent soul. Current state, sealed and starving for 40 years. Do not engage. Linhai stepped back from the hole. He reached into his storage bag. From it he drew out a small, plain, dull, yellow talisman. The talisman had been issued to him by the system on the 5th night, as a Tier 1 emergency seal, the kind given to any cultivator who unwittingly broke into a haunted ground. He had carried it everywhere, he had never used it. Tonight, he peeled the back from the talisman. He pressed it firmly across the small, narrow hole in the back wall. The talisman glowed once, dimly, and adhered to the stone like a strip of wet paper that did not want to be removed. The voice from inside the hole began to scream. The scream was not loud in the cave residence, it was loud in his mind. The pendant at his chest pulsed 3 more times. The seal held. After a long minute, the scream faded. The voice from inside the hole spoke once more, in a different register. In a voice that was almost gentle. "Boy," the voice said, "you will need me one day. You will. When that day comes, peel this seal. You will know when." Then the voice was gone. The cold wind in the cave residence stopped moving. The lamp wick steadied. Ding. Side quest issued. Investigate the buried entity beneath the eastern peak. Reward, conditional. Linhai looked at the seal on the back wall for a long, long time. Then he turned, walked to his door, and opened it. Outside, against the night sky, a shadow that did not belong to any branch dropped from the eaves of his cave residence and landed silently in the courtyard, 3 paces in front of him. The shadow stood up. The shadow had a face. The face was a woman's. Her eyes were the color of dirty river water. She smiled. The woman in dark traveler's robes did not announce herself. She did not need to. The smell of the alchemical compound on her breath was enough. It was a soft, sweet scent, like jasmine left in the rain. Lin Wuye recognized it from the memory shard he had pulled from Zhang Tao's mind in the dormitory, in which Su Lan's poisoning had been recounted secondhand. 2 years ago, that same scent had drifted through Su Lan's evening tea. He looked at the woman. She did not move. "Senior," he said politely, "I do not believe we have met." Bone Whisper smiled. "Young Master Lin," she said, "we have not. I am, regrettably, here to introduce myself only briefly." She raised one slender hand. Between her fingers, a small needle the length of a child's finger glinted in the moonlight. The needle was dark. The needle was wet. The needle was wet with something that was not water. "Be still," she said. "This is the kind that makes you sleep." Lin Wuye smiled. He did not move from the doorway. "Senior," he said, "lower your hand." Bone Whisper did not lower her hand. She flicked her wrist. The needle vanished from her fingers and reappeared at Lin Wuye's throat, faster than the human eye could track. The needle did not pierce his skin. The needle stopped a finger's breadth from his collar, caught in midair by an invisible black thread that had not been there a heartbeat before. The 3 Purity Shadow Sword had unfolded around him in his sleep, on standby, since his fight with Wang Hao. The system did not require him to summon it consciously anymore. Bone Whisper's smile froze. She did not have time to flick a second needle. Lin Wuye's hand came up casually. The 3 black blades collapsed inward. The first caught her wrist and broke it. The second caught her ankle and dislocated it. The third hovered, point first, a hair's breadth from her throat. He stepped out of his doorway and stood in front of her. "Senior," he said gently. "The night air is cold, why don't you come inside? The pavilion has been kind enough to send a guest." He used his free hand to pluck the needle out of the air. He turned it carefully between his fingers, examining the dark wet coating on its tip. Bone Whisper hissed something low through her teeth. The hiss was a triggering syllable. From her left sleeve, 3 more needles fired in a fan pattern toward his face. The 3 black blades caught all 3 needles. They held them in midair like preserved insects. Lin Wuye smiled again. "Senior," he said. "That was rude." He stepped forward. He placed 2 fingers on her forehead. He activated the soul-reading technique. Bone Whisper convulsed once, then went still. Behind her eyes, her memories rolled. Elder Qing Yu's chambers. The tea. The 3 storage bags on the writing desk. The order to kill before Linhai. The mention of Bai Lu and Wuhan Forest on the 7th day of the journey. The list of clients Bone Whisper had taken from over the last decade. The poisoning of Su Lan, 2 years ago. Lin Wuye finished reading. He removed his fingers. Bone Whisper collapsed sideways to the ground, her mind temporarily empty, alive, but drooling. He looked down at her for a long, quiet moment. Then he picked her up by the back of her robe and walked, easily, down the path to Su Lan's cave residence 2 levels below. Su Lan opened her door before he knocked. She had been awake. She had felt the killing intent on the peak. She looked at the woman in his hand. Her face went still. "So," she said. "Yes," Lin Wuye answered. "The same one." Su Lan exhaled slowly. He pulled the soul memory shard he had taken from Bone Whisper's mind out of the air between them. The shard hung in the dark, glowing faintly. He let Su Lan see only the parts that pertained to her. The tea 2 years ago. The compound. The signature. The faction that had paid for it. Su Lan watched in silence. When the shard faded, she lowered her head. She breathed out, once, very slowly. Then she lifted her head again. Her eyes were dry. "Thank you," she said.
Lin Wuye bent and set Bone Whisper down at her feet. "She is yours, senior sister," he said. "The pavilion has marked you. The pavilion now finds itself in your debt. Use her as you wish." Su Lan nodded once. "The eastern peak," she said, "eats its own." He smiled. "Yes," he said, "it does." He turned to leave.
"Senior brother," Su Lan said, her voice quiet. He paused at her door. "The pavilion will know in the morning that this attempt failed. The pavilion will send a second, larger, less subtle attempt before we reach Linhai. We should not give them 7 days to prepare." Lin Wuye looked at her over his shoulder. "Senior sister," he said. "We will not." He walked back up the path to his cave residence. He sealed his door. He sat down on his stone cultivation platform and considered, for the rest of the night, exactly how Wuhan Forest looked on a map. By the time the first bell of dawn rang over Cloudshade Peak, he had a plan. By the time the second bell rang, he was at the sect gate. Sect Master Yu Chen was waiting for him there, so was Du Heng. So was the third-place finisher from the southern peak, a quiet woman in plain robes named Lin Yue. So was Su Lan. The sect master placed one hand on Lin Wuye's shoulder in farewell. "Disciple," he said. "Take the southern road, travel quickly, do not stop at the towns along Wuhan Forest. Do not eat food offered to you by anyone in plain traveler's robes. Do not drink from streams that smell of jasmine." Lin Wuye bowed. "Sect master," he said, "thank you." The sect master stepped back. He did not say anything more, he did not need to. The 4 representatives bowed once to the Cloudshade Sword Sect, turned, and walked out through the southern gate as the sun lifted itself over the eastern peak. As they crossed the threshold of the gate, Lin Wuye glanced back, just once, at the eastern peak. The cold wind that had blown down from the eastern peak every morning for 40 years was not blowing this morning. The air was still. The talisman on the back wall of his cave residence was holding. The thing beneath the eastern peak was waiting. Ding! New chapter unlocked. The road to Linhai City. Heart of Heaven I, first stage, activating during travel. Estimated arrival, 14 days. Estimated ambushes, 2. Lin Wuye turned his face forward. The southern road stretched out before him in the morning light, white and dusty and long. He took the first step. The southern road out of the Cloudshade Sword Sect ran straight for 50 li, then curved east, then split. 5 branches. One went to the Borderlands, one went to the coast, one went to a salt town no one with sense visited. One went into the wild fields. And one, the broadest, the dustiest, the one with the smoothest stones, went to Linhai City. The Cloudshade 4 took the broadest. They rode 4 horses given to them by the sect stablemaster. The horses were not spirit beasts, the horses were ordinary. The sect master had ordered ordinary horses on purpose. A cultivator at Foundation establishment did not need a spirit beast for transport. A cultivator at Foundation establishment also did not advertise his cultivation by riding a glowing horse through 6 towns. They rode in plain travelers' robes. They rode at the pace of a small merchant caravan. They did not light spiritual lanterns at night. They paid for their meals at every inn with copper coins, the way ordinary travelers did. For the first 3 days, nothing happened. Du Heng rode at the front. He was the eldest, the calmest, the most experienced on the road. He set the pace. He chose the inns. He paid in copper and asked for plain tea. He spoke to innkeepers with a quiet politeness that left no impression. Lin Yue rode second. She was 24, of the southern peak, 3rd place in the tournament. She did not speak unless spoken to. Her sword, a plain blue tasseled blade, never left her side. She slept with one hand on the hilt. Su Lan rode 3rd. She watched the road behind them. She watched the road ahead of them. She watched the inn rooftops in every town. She had been watching like this for 3 years on the eastern peak. And the habit did not break with the change of scenery. Lin Wuye rode 4th. He rode with the reins loose in his hands and his eyes half closed. He was cultivating.
Every step of the horse, every breath of the road dust, every drift of distant spiritual energy from the wild hills, the devouring tyrant system was taking in, refining, storing. By the end of the third day, his ninth layer of foundation establishment had thickened. The bottleneck before core formation had not broken. He did not push it. He waited. On the third night, they stopped at a small village called Stone Bridge. The village was nothing. 40 houses. A well. A blacksmith. An inn the size of a barn. They paid the innkeeper for 2 rooms and stabled the horses. They went to the well to wash off the road dust. At the well, there was already a beggar. He was old, older than the well itself, possibly. His robe had no color, only the memory of color. His hair was thin and white. His beard was thin and white. He was sitting with his back to the well stones, holding out a small cracked clay bowl. He did not look up when the 4 cultivators arrived. Du-hung dropped 2 copper coins into the bowl out of polite habit. Lin Yue dropped 1. Su Lan dropped none. She watched the old man for a long moment instead. He still did not look up. When it was Lin Yue's turn to draw water from the well, he stopped. He looked down at the old beggar. The old beggar looked up. Their eyes met for one slow second. The old beggar smiled. The smile had no teeth in it, the smile had no malice in it either. Then the old beggar lowered his eyes and went back to staring at his bowl. Lin Yue drew his water and walked away. He did not look back.
Inside the inn that night, Su Lan paused at the door of her shared room with Lin Yue. "Senior brother," she said, very quietly, when Lin Yue passed her in the hall. "The beggar." Lin Yue nodded once without breaking his stride. "I know, senior sister," he said. "I know." He went into his own shared room with Du-hung. He sat down on the small straw bed. Du-hung had already lain down on the other bed. Du-hung was already asleep. The man slept the way honest men slept, deeply, without dreams, with one hand on his sword. Lin Yue sat in the dark for a long time. The cold black pendant against his chest pulsed, slowly, 3 times. The pendant had pulsed when his eyes met the beggar's. It had not pulsed for any other man on the road. He folded his legs. He closed his eyes. He activated the Devouring Tyrant Sutra and began the deepest meditation he had done since the Eastern Peak. The pendant pulsed again, harder. Inside his forehead, between his eyes, a small warm point that had been quiet since the day after the tournament began to glow. The Heart of Heaven Eye, first stage. He let it open. The dark room around him became something else. The wall in front of him was no longer a wall of plaster. It was a map of fine threads of spiritual energy, every crack of the wood showing as a vein, every nail as a small dim node. Through the wall, he could see Du-hung's sleeping body, an honest pale gold light pulsing slow at the center of the man's chest. Through the wall to the next room, he could see Lin Yue's quiet steady spiritual signature, a clean cold blue. Through that, Su Lan's signature, sharp and dark and watchful. And beyond the inn, 3 li back along the road they had come, he could see 2 pinpricks of muddy yellow light flickering through the dark. Beast cultivators. Following. He smiled without opening his eyes. "So," he murmured, "we are already being read." In the morning, Lin Yue did not mention the 2 scouts. He drank his tea. He paid the innkeeper. He helped Du-hung saddle the horses. As Su Lan was tightening the strap on her own horse, he passed close behind her and murmured, 3 li back, 2 of them, beast clan markings. She did not turn. She nodded once, almost imperceptibly. They rode out of Stonebridge village in the same loose caravan formation as the days before. The beggar at the well was gone. The cracked clay bowl was gone. The dust where he had been sitting had been swept clean. The well attendant, when Du-hung asked him, said the old man had walked east at first light. The well attendant did not seem to remember the beggar's face. He did not seem to remember if the beggar had spoken. He scratched his head and said, "Sometimes old beggars come through and they go, and you do not really see them." Du Hong paid him a copper anyway. The four rode on. For the next 3 days, Lin Wuye rode with the heart of heaven eye open. He kept it dim, like a man squinting in bright sun rather than staring directly at it, so that he did not exhaust himself. The world looked different through it. The road was a thin silver vein. The hills on either side were a slow patchwork of dim color. The small stream that ran beside the road on the 4th afternoon was a long ribbon of bright green. The cultivators at the various inns they stopped at were small flickers of pale color, harmless ones at the bottom of chi condensation, polite ones at the middle of foundation establishment. There were no core formation cultivators on the road, at least none that he could see. And there were no nascent soul cultivators at all. He kept watching for the muddy yellow lights of the 2 scouts behind them. The scouts kept their distance perfectly. 3 li back, sometimes 2.5, never closer. They were professional. They did not approach, they did not move ahead. They simply maintained their distance and watched. On the 5th night, in an inn at a larger town called Yellow Creek, Lin Wuye took Du Hong aside in the stable. "Senior brother," he said quietly, "we are being followed." Du Hong, who had been brushing his horse with slow, patient strokes, did not pause in his brushing. "I know," he said, "2 of them, 3 li back, Beast Clan. They have been there since Stone Bridge, maybe earlier." Lin Wuye looked at him sideways. Du Hong glanced at him, a small dry smile in the corner of his mouth. "Junior brother," he said, "I am 30 years old. I have walked this road 8 times. I am not as fast as you. I am not as clever as you. But I know when I am being followed. The question is not whether they are there. The question is what they are waiting for." Lin Wuye nodded slowly. "Wuhan Forest," he said. Du Hong resumed his brushing. "Wuhan Forest," he agreed. "The 7th day. The road narrows there. The forest is wild. The road also passes through a small gorge that funnels travelers through a single pass. If I were waiting to ambush a small caravan of cultivators on the southern road, that is where I would do it." Lin Wuye looked at his senior brother with a quiet new respect. "Senior brother," he said, "are you afraid?" Du Hong paused in his brushing. He looked at Lin Wuye for a long, unhurried moment. "No," he said simply. He went back to brushing. Lin Wuye watched him for another moment. Then he turned and walked out of the stable into the night air. Above the inn, the stars were sharp. The heart of heaven eye, still open, dimmed by his own conscious will, showed him the city of Yellow Creek as a small map of glowing veins. To the east of the city, on the horizon, was a long dark mass that the eye colored a deeper, slower, hungrier green than anything else around. Wuhan Forest. From this distance, it looked alive. He stepped back inside. Ding! Heart of Heaven Eye, Stage 1 fully integrated. Range, 30 li in the open, range, 3 li through stone. Detection accuracy, 90% for cultivators below core formation. He smiled. He blew out the lantern and lay down on the straw bed. By the time the rooster crowed in the village outside the inn, he was already asleep. The 7th morning was overcast. The sky was the color of wet ash. The wind, when it came, smelled of cold mud and old leaves. The road curved between 2 low hills and then ran straight into Wuhan Forest. The forest stood up out of the plain like a green wall. The trees were old, the branches were thick. The canopy was so dense that under it, even at noon, the light was the color of evening. The Cloudshade 4 stopped at the edge of the forest. Du Hong dismounted first. He walked a few paces into the trees, looked left, looked right, came back. "There are tracks," he said quietly. "Beast tracks. 6, 7, maybe 8 large ones. And boot prints. 12, maybe more." Du Hong was a man who counted carefully. 12 cultivators, 8 cultivated beasts. Lin Wuye dismounted as well. He let his heart of heaven eye open all the way. The dim forest in front of him lit up in slow color, hundreds of pinpricks of life all through the canopy, the ground, the burrows. He filtered for cultivators. The forest had been busy. There were 12 human signatures laid out in a curved line 1,000 paces ahead, where the road passed through the gorge. There were 3 larger signatures, deeper green, closer to the road itself. The wolves, then, would come first. The cultivators would close from behind once the wolves had broken the formation. He gestured Du Heng, Lin Yue, and Su Lan close. "Senior brother, senior sister, junior sister," he said quietly. "The ambush is at the gorge. 12 cultivators, 3 cultivated wolves at Foundation Establishment Peak. The cultivators are mostly 7th or 8th layer, with 2 leaders at 9th. They are spread on both ridges above the gorge. The wolves will come first to break our line. We can either avoid the forest entirely, ride a day around it on the North Road, and arrive 3 days late at Linhai. Or we can walk into the gorge and answer the invitation." Du Heng's mouth tightened. "Senior brother Du," Lin Wuye said, "your vote." Du Heng exhaled slowly. "The sect," he said, "will be embarrassed if we arrive 3 days late at the regional gathering. The sect will lose face in front of the other sects. The sect master sent us to represent the Cloudshade. He did not send us to walk a day around a forest." Lin Wuye nodded. "Senior sister Su Lan?" Su Lan smiled. Her smile had no warmth in it. "The pavilion," she said, "owes me a debt. I would like to begin collecting tonight." Junior sister Lin Yue. The quiet woman from the southern peak unsheathed her sword by a finger's width and slid it back into the sheath. "I follow senior brother Du," she said. Lin Wuye nodded again. "Then we go in." They walked their horses into the forest. The light dropped immediately. Within 50 paces, the road dimmed to a thin gray ribbon between the trees. The horses smelled the wolves and began to step nervously. At 100 paces, the road began to narrow. At 200, it entered the gorge. The walls of the gorge were not high, perhaps 3 times the height of a man. The walls were lined with thick old pine. Above, the canopy nearly closed over the gorge so that the gorge floor was almost in twilight. 200 paces in, the first wolf came. It was the size of a small ox. Its fur was the color of wet ash. Its eyes were green. It came running down the road from the front, its mouth open, its teeth showing. Behind it came the second wolf, then the third, all 3 at full sprint, all 3 at peak Foundation Establishment. Du Heng moved first. The plain mountain sword, the blade did not flourish, it simply rose in a clean diagonal slash. The first wolf's head separated from its body in mid-air. The second wolf changed course and went for Lin Yue. Lin Yue's plain blue tasseled blade slashed once, twice. The second wolf's front legs gave out. The third leg snapped at the joint. The wolf collapsed at her feet, still snapping, until she slid the tip of her sword between its eyes and ended it. The third wolf went for Su Lan. Su Lan did not draw her sword. She raised her left hand, palm out. A wave of pale violet flame burst from her palm and washed over the wolf in a single sheet. The wolf collapsed mid-leap, its body sliding 20 paces along the road floor, smoking. Then, from both ridges of the gorge, the 12 cultivators leapt down. Lin Wuye was waiting. He had been standing perfectly still during the brief wolf engagement, his heart of heaven eye tracking each of the 12 signatures above. The moment the first cultivator's feet left the ridge, the moment all 12 were committed to their downward leap, he raised both hands. From his right palm extended the 3 black blades of the 3 purity shadow sword. From his left palm extended something new. A wide, spreading dark golden palm, larger than his body, its fingers extending outward like the spread of a lotus blossom. The Devouring Tyrant palm, second form. He had only ever practiced it in the cold courtyard of the eastern peak. Ding! Devouring Tyrant palm, second form, first deployment. Reward, conditional. The golden palm rose. It met the 12 falling cultivators in midair, halfway between the ridges and the gorge floor. None of them reached the ground. The palm did not crush them, it absorbed them. Their cultivation drained outward as they fell, pulled through the palm into Lin Wuye's body, in 12 clean threads of color. Their bodies, robbed of spiritual energy, hit the gorge floor as dead weight. Some of them were still alive, most of them were not. The two ninth-layer leaders at the back of the leap had a half-breath longer to react. They twisted in midair and tried to redirect with sword steps. They almost reached the gorge wall. Almost. The 3 black blades of the 3 purity shadow sword caught them at the wrist, ankle, and throat respectively. They fell beside their companions. One of them landed on his back. He was still breathing. His eyes were open. He was staring up at the dark canopy and trying to draw a breath that would not come. Lin Wuye walked over to him. He knelt beside the man. He placed 2 fingers on the man's forehead. The soul memory came easily. Bai Lu, the bargain, the favor owed, the root, the wolf clan, the payment. Half in advance, half on confirmation of death. He lifted his fingers. He sat back on his heels. The dying cultivator had passed in the half-second the memory had taken. Du Heng walked up behind him. He looked at the 12 bodies. He looked at the 3 dead wolves. He looked at the dust around Lin Wuye's feet, where the absorbed spiritual energy was still settling. "Junior brother," he said quietly. Lin Wuye stood up. "Yes, senior brother." Du Heng's voice was as steady as if he were discussing the weather. "We will be late tonight regardless. We should set up camp a little further on, outside the forest." He glanced at the bodies. He glanced at the gorge walls. "We should not camp here." They cleared the gorge of bodies in an hour. Sulan called a small flock of mountain crows down from the canopy with 3 notes of a low whistle. The crows took the bodies of the beasts and 3 of the human bodies, then went to roost again. The remaining bodies were stripped of their storage bags, their swords, their identifying tokens, and arranged in a single shallow line at the edge of the road. Du Heng spoke the right of the road, the traveler's right, the small mercy any cultivator gave to corpses no matter their faction. Sulan covered the line with loose pine needles. Lin Yue went ahead to scout the road past the forest. By the time the 4 of them were back on their horses and riding through the second half of the forest, the sky above the canopy was beginning to dim from gray to violet. They made camp at the far edge of the forest, on a wide grassy bank where the road came back out into the open and a small clear stream crossed it. They built a small fire. They sat around it, none of them spoke for a long time. Eventually, Du Heng cleared his throat. "Junior brother Lin," he said quietly. Lin Wuye looked up from the fire. "Yes, senior brother." Du Heng watched the fire for another long moment, then he said, "What manner of cultivator are you?" The question was not loud, it was not angry, it was not even surprised. It was simply a question that needed asking, the way an old farmer might quietly ask another farmer about a new tool the second farmer had brought to the field. Lin Wuye smiled, faintly, "A tired one, senior brother," he said. Du Heng nodded slowly, he did not press. He looked back at the fire. Lin Yue, beside him, did not look up at all. She poured herself a cup of tea and drank it. Su Lan, on the other side of the fire, watched Lin Wuye's face with quiet attention. After a while, she said softly, "Junior brother. We have a guest." Lin Wuye lifted his eyes. At the edge of the firelight, at the place where the dark of the field began, an old man stood. His robe had no color, his hair was thin and white, his beard was thin and white. In his hand he held a small cracked clay bowl. The beggar from the well at Stone Bridge Village. Du Heng laid his hand on the hilt of his sword. "Senior," he said politely, his voice carrying without raising. "Approach if you wish." The old beggar shuffled forward into the firelight. He sat down across from Lin Wuye, on the other side of the fire, without invitation. He did not greet the 4 of them. He simply held out his cracked clay bowl. Lin Yue, after a glance at Du Heng, poured a measure of plain rice congee from the camp pot into the bowl. The beggar nodded once, in polite thanks. He began to eat with his fingers. The 4 cultivators watched him eat. Lin Wuye's heart of heaven eye, open and dim, looked into the old man across the fire. The eye showed him nothing. There was no signature, there was no light, there was no cultivation.
The beggar did not exist in the eye's vision. He was a hole in the world. Su Lan saw Lin Wuye's expression, and her hand drifted, very slowly, to her own sword hilt. The beggar finished his kanji. He licked the bowl clean. He set the bowl down on the grass beside him. He folded his hands in his lap. He looked up. His eyes were the color of clear river water. They were not the eyes of an old man, they were ageless. "Vessel," he said softly. "We have a great deal to discuss before dawn." Du Hong's sword left its scabbard in a single, smooth movement. Su Lan's blade rose at the same time. Lin Yue dropped her cup of tea, drew her own sword, and rose to her feet. Lin Wuye raised one hand. "Senior brother, senior sister, junior sister," he said. "Lower your blades." He looked across the fire at the old man. The pendant against his chest was pulsing. Slow. Hard. Recognizing. "Senior," he said. "May I have your name?" The old beggar smiled. The smile had no teeth in it. "Call me, Old Yuan," the beggar said. The pendant at Lin Wuye's chest pulsed once, hard, as if struck.
The four of them sat around the fire in a long silence. Eventually Du Hong resheathed his sword. Su Lan, after another look at Lin Wuye, did the same. Lin Yue did not. She kept her blade across her knees, the edge resting toward the old beggar, her eyes never leaving his face. The old beggar did not seem to mind. He had pulled his knees up to his chest. He looked very small inside his colorless robe, like a child who had wandered into the camp of strangers and not yet realized he should leave. "Vessel," he said. "Will you walk with me a small distance from the fire?" Lin Wuye looked at Su Lan. Su Lan looked back at him. After a moment, she nodded, very slightly. Du Hong said, "Junior brother. If you do not return in 1 hour, I will look for you." Lin Wuye smiled at him. "Senior brother," he said. "Thank you." He stood. He walked away from the firelight with the old beggar. They went only 10 paces. They sat down again in the dark grass. The fire was a small bright point behind them. The road was a thin pale strip in the dark beside them. Above them, between the breaks in the high clouds, a few stars showed. "Old Yuan," the beggar said, "is not my real name. My real name has been forgotten. By everyone except the heart at your chest, and the heart at your chest will not say it aloud. So Old Yuan is fine." Lin Wuye nodded. "Senior Old Yuan," he said. "How are you here?" Old Yuan looked at the stars between the clouds. 200 years ago, he said. I served a master in the upper divine realms. My master held the third pendant. The third pendant was, like yours, a piece of the heart of heaven that was scattered across 9 realms. My master cultivated faithfully under it for 2,000 years. He grew strong, he grew kind. He took on 7 disciples. At the end of the 2,000 years, his 7 disciples sat down together and decided to take the pendant for themselves. They poisoned him at his own banquet table. They took the pendant. The pendant rejected all 7 of them. It killed 6 in 3 days and the 7th in 3 months. The pendant then split into 9 smaller fragments and scattered back across 9 realms to wait for new vessels. He looked at Lin Wuye. I survived because I was a junior. I was a stable boy. I was not invited to the banquet. I was the only one who knew the betrayal was coming and could not stop it. After my master died, I traveled. I have been traveling for 200 years. I look for new vessels of the heart of heaven. I watch them for a while. I offer counsel if they are worth it. I do not offer the pendant back to anyone. I do not seek to reclaim my master's seat. I only watch. Lin Wuye listened in silence. Linhai City, Old Yuan said, has 3 towers. The White Tower at the north of the city is the Murong Merchant Alliance. They will offer you wealth, alliance, marriage, a small fief, an immortal artifact, any combination. Lord Murong is not a bad man by the standards of merchants. He is, however, a man who keeps promises he has already made to other people. He has made promises about your pendant. He will not break those promises. He will offer you a great deal to come willingly. The White Tower at the east of the city is the Whitebone Brotherhood. They are assassins. You have already met one of their lower-tier killers. The Brotherhood does not care about your pendant. The Brotherhood cares about being paid. Whoever pays the most receives the service. Lord Murong has retained the Brotherhood for the duration of the regional gathering. The White Tower at the south of the city is the Cloud Watchers. The Cloud Watchers are an old, small, very patient sect. The Cloud Watchers hunt vessels of the heart of heaven. They believe the heart is a corruption of the natural way and that every vessel must be killed before the heart awakens fully. They have a list. Your name was added to the list 6 days ago. He paused. He looked at Lin Wuye. There is also a fourth power in Linhai. I cannot tell you who. I do not know. I only know that Lord Murong, when he came to your sect, was acting on the request of someone above him. Someone Lord Murong is afraid of. Find that fourth power, and you will understand why a merchant came 800 years late to the Cloudshade Sword Sect for a small black pendant. Lin Wuye exhaled slowly. The pendant against his chest pulsed once, in acknowledgement. The heart of heaven eye, dim in his forehead, showed him old Yuan now as a faint outline at the edge of vision, the way a small flame burning behind frosted paper might be seen. The old beggar was masking himself even from the eye. Lin Wuye nodded. Senior, he said, I am in your debt. Old Yuan smiled. His teeth, this close, were not absent after all. They were simply small. Vessel, he said, you owe me nothing tonight. I am giving you advice because I would have given my own master advice, if I had been brave enough to give it. I was not brave then. I am perhaps a little braver now. He stood, he stretched, slowly. There is one thing, he said. I would ask of you in return, but only later. I will return for it. Lin Wuye stood as well. Senior, he said. Name it now. Old Yuan tilted his head, considering. Then, he nodded. The seventh pendant, he said quietly. When you find the seventh of the 9, do not destroy it. Whatever your reasons may be at that time, whatever the heart at your chest may whisper. The seventh pendant is the only one I have ever held in my own hand. I held it as a stable boy for 1 day. I returned it to my master that evening. My master was kind to me that day, he was. He paused, the smile faded. He was the closest thing I have ever had to a father. The seventh pendant remembers him. If you destroy it, you destroy what little of him remains in this world. Lin Wuye nodded slowly. Senior, he said, I promise. Old Yuan's eyes glistened, just once. Then, he nodded back. Vessel, he said, walk into Linhai by the western gate tomorrow afternoon. Take residence in the Cloudshade Sword Sect compound in the southern district. Accept Lord Murong's invitation for the second night. Wear the pendant openly. Smile when you are afraid. Smile twice when you are not. He bowed, very slightly. He turned. He walked into the dark of the field. By the time Lin Wuye lifted his eyes, the old beggar was already gone.
Lin Wuye stood in the field for a long time. The fire behind him crackled. The stars between the clouds blinked, blinked, blinked. Inside his sleeve, his fingers closed around a small, smooth stone. He had not noticed old Yuan slip it into his hand during their conversation. The stone was the size of a large pebble. It was warm to the touch. It was carved on one side, very faintly, with a single character he did not recognize. He held it in his palm and looked at it. Ding! Foreign technique detected. Heart Shield, passive defensive art tied to the Heart of Heaven pendant. Source, untraceable. Reverse engineering successful. Integration available. Confirm. He confirmed. The small stone in his palm dissolved into a thin, warm light that traveled up his arm and settled into the spiritual energy field around his body, layering itself over his skin like a second invisible robe. The heart shield was passive. It would do nothing visible until something needed to be stopped. The system noted that it was tuned specifically to one kind of attack, the kind aimed at the pendant rather than at the body. The kind a vessel hunter would use. The Cloud Watchers, then. Lin Wuye smiled faintly. The smile was, just for a moment, the same small respectful smile old Yuan had worn. Then he turned and walked back to the fire.
Du Heng was already standing. He had unsheathed his sword again at some point during the conversation. He had been waiting at the edge of the firelight, in case. He resheathed when Lin Wuye sat down. He did not ask what had been said. "Senior brother," Lin Wuye said quietly. "May I share with the camp what the old beggar said?" Du Heng nodded. Sulan turned to face him. Lin Yue, at last, slid her sword back into its sheath and folded her hands in her lap. Lin Wuye told them. He told them about the Murong Merchant Alliance and the White Tower at the north of Linhai. He told them about the Whitebone Brotherhood and the White Tower at the east. He told them about the Cloud Watchers and the White Tower at the south. He told them about the unknown fourth power. He did not tell them about Old Yuan's master, or the 7 disciples, or the broken pendant in the upper divine realms. That was Old Yuan's story to keep. He told them what could be acted on. When he finished, the 4 of them sat in silence for a long time. Du Heng was the first to speak. He looked at the fire. He said, "The Cloudshade Sword Sect has no enemies in Linhai. Or rather, the sect has no enemies in Linhai except those who want what is around your neck, junior brother. The sect, in this matter, is you." Lin Wuye nodded. "I know, senior brother." Du Heng turned his head and looked at Lin Yue. "Junior sister," he said, "if, during the gathering, the situation requires you to retreat to the sect alone with news, will you do so?" Lin Yue lifted her head. "Senior brother," she said. "Yes." Du Heng turned to Sulan. "Senior sister, if the situation requires you and I to die in the city to give junior brother Lin a path out, will you do so?" Sulan smiled. The smile had no warmth in it. The smile had something else in it instead. "Senior brother Du," she said, "the Cloudshade has always been my sect. I have lived for 3 years on a cursed peak because the central faction tried to remove me. The southern faction protected me. I do not forget either fact. If we die in the city, we die in the city." Du Heng nodded. He turned to Lin Wuye last. "Junior brother," he said, "if the situation requires you to leave the rest of us to escape the city with the pendant, will you do so?" Lin Wuye did not answer immediately. He looked at the fire. He thought about the question. Eventually, he said, "Senior brother, I will." He paused. "But not until the 3rd night." Du Heng smiled faintly. The first such smile of the journey. "Good," he said. "Then the Cloudshade 4 agree. We enter Linhai at sunset tomorrow. We accept Lord Murong's invitation for the 2nd night. We watch the towers from afar on the 3rd day. We make our decision before the 3rd night. Ding! Quest issued. Identify the 4th power of Linhai City. Reward. Conditional." The 4 of them slept by the fire in shifts. The night was cold. The clouds rolled away by morning. By dawn, the road ahead was clear, and the air smelled of distant salt. They saw the towers from a day's ride out. The road came up a long, shallow rise, and at the top of the rise the plain spread out below them, and across the plain, 10 li distant, sat Linhai City. 3 towers rose from inside the city walls. They were not the same height, they were not the same color either, although from this distance, all 3 of them looked white in the late afternoon sun. The northern tower was the tallest. Its top was crowned with a flag of deep purple, and even at this distance, the flag could be made out against the pale sky.
The eastern tower was shorter, it had no flag. The southern tower was the shortest of the three, but its top was crowned with a small pale ring of cloud that did not seem to move with the wind. Around the three towers, the city sprawled. Linhai was old. Linhai had been a port before it had been a cultivator city. The streets had been laid out for fishermen and merchants, not for sword sects, and the sword sects that had come later had simply built their compounds in the patterns the merchants had left. The Cloudshade Sword Sect had a small compound in the southern district, 2 streets from the Cloudwatcher Tower. The Cloudshade Sword Sect had not chosen the location. The location had been assigned by the city's Elder Council 200 years ago. The Cloudshade Four rode toward the western gate as the sun began to lower behind them. The gate guards waved them through with respect. The Cloudshade Sword Sect token was old and well known. A young attendant in pale blue robes met them inside the gate and led them through the streets of Linhai to the Cloudshade compound. The streets of Linhai were full. Cultivators of every sect, from every province, in robes of every color. The regional gathering opened in 5 days. The city had been filling for 2 weeks. Lin Wuye kept the heart of heaven dim. Even dim, the city was overwhelming through it. There were 3 concentrated nodes of dark spiritual power, 1 at each tower. The northern node, the Murong one, was a slow, patient purple, like the deep color of a wine left to age in a stone cellar. The eastern node, the Whitebone one, was a thin, sharp gray, like the color of a knife held against the light. The southern node, the Cloudwatcher one, was a hollow, cold white, like the color of a sky just before snow. And, weaving through all 3 nodes, threading between them, like a slow river that ran beneath them all and did not belong to any of them, there was a 4th color, a deep, slow, gentle gold. Older. Patient, so gentle that for the first few moments Lin Wuye did not even see it. So gentle that, once he saw it, he could not unsee it. The 4th power was not in a tower. The 4th power was beneath the city. Or perhaps, the 4th power was the city. He kept his face still as the young attendant in pale blue led them through the southern gate of the Cloudshade compound and showed them their rooms. The rooms were small. The rooms were clean. The rooms had windows that faced the southern tower and the cold pale ring of cloud above it. Lin Wuye set his small bundle on the bed of his assigned room. On the writing desk, an envelope was already waiting. The envelope was sealed with a small purple wax seal of the Murong Merchant Alliance. He opened it. The card inside was simple. Lord Murong of the Murong Merchant Alliance respectfully invites inner disciple Lin Wuye of the Cloudshade Sword Sect, champion of the Inner Sect Tournament, true disciple of Sect Master Yu Chen, to a private dinner on the 2nd night of the regional gathering, at the northern tower of Linhai. Family matters will be discussed. The card was signed by Lord Murong personally. Lin Wuye smiled. He set the card back on the desk. He sat on the bed. He breathed slowly and let the heart of heaven eye settle. He had a great deal to think about. The sect master had said Lord Murong was not the worst thing in Linhai, only the most polite. Old Yuan had said the worst was the one Lord Murong had invited to negotiate. The heart of heaven eye had shown Lin Wuye only this hour. A 4th power running beneath the city like a slow, patient river of gold. He folded his hands. He closed his eyes. He had until tomorrow evening to learn the shape of the river. Ding. New chapter unlocked. The Linhai City negotiation. He opened his eyes. There was a knock at his door. It was a soft knock. It was the polite knock of a servant or an envoy, not the knock of an assassin or a city official. He stood. He crossed the small room. He opened the door. In the corridor outside stood a young woman. She was perhaps 20. She wore pale gold robes that were finer than anything the southern district saw. Her hair was pinned up with a single small ornament shaped like a leaf, also gold. Her eyes were the color of warm honey. She bowed to him at the depth a senior sister bowed to a junior brother of equal rank. Which was to say not very deep and yet not dismissive either. Inner disciple Lin Wuye of the Cloudshade Sword Sect, she said softly.
My master sends his greetings. Lin Wuye bowed in return, the same depth. Senior sister, he said, forgive me. May I ask your master's name? The young woman smiled, very faintly. She glanced once at his pendant. Her smile deepened just slightly. He says his name will mean nothing to you yet, she said. He asks only that I tell you he is the fourth power in this city. He asks for a private audience. Tonight, if you are willing. Behind the woman, the corridor was empty. Behind the corridor, the Cloudshade compound was quiet. Far away, in the northern tower, a slow purple light flickered once. Lin Wuye did not move from the doorway. He smiled, faintly, in the way old Yuan had told him to smile when he was not afraid. Senior sister, he said. Tell your master I will come.
Lin Wuye took his sword, took the small black pendant from beneath his robe, and tucked it back inside, and stepped out into the corridor. The young woman in pale gold robes bowed once more, and turned. She walked. He followed. Behind him, in his small room in the Cloudshade compound, his window stayed open, and the lamp stayed lit, the way a Cloudshade disciple's room was supposed to look in the evening. 2 streets away, on the roof of a low merchant's house, senior sister Su Lan crouched in the dark and watched him leave through the southern gate. She did not move to follow. She had agreed with him not to. He had agreed with her to be back by the first bell of the morning watch, or she would burn the city looking for him. They were both serious about the agreement. The young woman in pale gold did not speak as she walked. She moved through Linhai the way a fish moved through a familiar stream, never hurried, never lost, never noticed by the other fish. Lin Wuye followed her at the pace of an evening stroll. He kept his heart of heaven eye open at the dimmest setting. The eye showed him the city in slow flickers of color. The streets were full of cultivators tonight. Most of them were foundation establishment. A few were early core formation. None of them looked at the young woman in pale gold. None of them looked at him either, which was, in itself, a small miracle. He looked at the young woman with the eye. The eye should have shown him her cultivation. The eye should have given him a small, clear color, an honest measurement. The eye gave him almost nothing. A faint outline, a vague suggestion of warmth. He pushed the eye a fraction harder. The outline sharpened, just a little, just enough. Peak core formation, possibly higher. He pulled the eye back at once. Whoever her master was, the master was strong enough that the servant could quietly mask her own cultivation against an artifact of the heart of heaven. Lin Wuye took his sword, took the small black pendant from beneath his robe, and tucked it back inside, and stepped out into the corridor. The young woman in pale gold robes bowed once more and turned. She walked. He followed. Behind him, in his small room in the Cloudshade compound, his window stayed open and the lamp stayed lit, the way a Cloudshade disciple's room was supposed to look in the evening. 2 streets away, on the roof of a low merchant's house, senior sister Su Lan crouched in the dark and watched him leave through the southern gate. She did not move to follow. She had agreed with him not to. He had agreed with her to be back by the first bell of the morning watch, or she would burn the city looking for him. They were both serious about the agreement. The young woman in pale gold did not speak as she walked. She moved through Linhai the way a fish moved through a familiar stream, never hurried, never lost, never noticed by the other fish. Lin Wuye followed her at the pace of an evening stroll. He kept his heart of heaven eye open at the dimmest setting. The eye showed him the city in slow flickers of color. The streets were full of cultivators tonight. Most of them were foundation establishment, a few were early core formation. None of them looked at the young woman in pale gold. None of them looked at him either, which was, in itself, a small miracle. He looked at the young woman with the eye. The eye should have shown him her cultivation. The eye should have given him a small clear color, an honest measurement. The eye gave him almost nothing. A faint outline, a vague suggestion of warmth. He pushed the eye a fraction harder. The outline sharpened, just a little, just enough. Peak core formation, possibly higher. He pulled the eye back at once.
Whoever her master was, the master was strong enough that the servant could quietly mask her own cultivation against an artifact of the heart of heaven.
The old man poured tea for Lin Wuye in a small clay cup, then for himself in a matching one. He pushed Lin Wuye's cup across the table. They drank. The tea was bitter and dark. The kind of tea poor people in mountain villages drank. The kind that left a faint, earthy aftertaste at the back of the throat. It was not the kind of tea a spirit-severing cultivator usually offered to a true disciple of a sword sect. Lin Wuye drank it anyway. The old man watched him drink. "Junior brother," the old man said. "You may call me Master Hung. The name is not the one I was born with. The name is the one I have been wearing the past 90 years. I borrowed it from the entity beneath this city. He will want it back soon." Lin Wuye nodded, slowly. He set his cup down. "Senior Master Hung," he said, "forgive my ignorance. May I ask what this city was, before the 3 towers came?" Master Hung's mouth tilted into a small, dry smile. "Good question," he said. Linhai was an old city even before the towers came. Linhai was a port. Before it was a port, it was a small sword sect. The sword sect was called the Slow River Sect. The Slow River Sect cultivated by aligning the meridians of its disciples with the natural pulse of the earth itself. We were not interested in dominance. We were not interested in artifacts. We grew slowly. We grew very well. We had at our peak 200 nascent soul cultivators, 4 spirit-severing cultivators, and 1 patriarch at the early stage of Tao seeking. He paused. He sipped his tea. The merchants came. The Morong Merchant Alliance was, at that time, a small caravan family from the western salt flats. They wanted a foothold on the coast. We were the coast. They came to us politely at first. They offered alliance. They offered marriage between their best son and our least daughter. We declined politely. They came back less politely. He sighed, the way a man sighs when telling a story he has told to himself 1,000 times in the long quiet of his own meditation. They were patient, junior brother. Patience is not only for cultivators, patience is also for merchants. Over 400 years, they bought out our farmers, they poisoned our fish ponds, they burned our western groves, they blocked the salt trade to our city. They sponsored 2 assassinations of our sect master. By the end, the Slow River Sect had 18 disciples left, 3 of them children. The sect master surrendered the city to them on the condition that the city itself, the streets, and the buildings, and the canals, would be preserved. The sect master then walked into the eastern hill, sat down beside the Slow River Guardian, and did not come out again. The Slow River Sect ceased to exist. I am the last disciple of the last generation. I have not held a sword in 400 years. I have only sat. I sit. He smiled, gently. I sit very well. Lin Wuye drank again from his cup. The tea was warming his stomach. The pendant against his chest had stopped pulsing and was instead lying warm and quiet against his skin, like a small living thing that had found its mother and gone to sleep. "Senior," he said carefully. "The pendant." Master Hung nodded. "The pendant," he said. "I know what it is. I knew before you walked into my back room. The slow gold river beneath Linhai, the one your eye is showing you right now without you asking, has been watching the heart at your chest since you stepped through the western gate. The river is not mine. The river is the Guardian's. The Guardian is the Slow River Sect's last living protector. He is asleep beneath the eastern hill. He has been asleep for 200 years. He, more than any other being in this world, knows what your pendant is. He met one of the original disciples who betrayed the heart of heaven's first master 200 years ago, in the upper divine realms. That disciple came to Linhai. That disciple wished to negotiate a passage of certain materials through our port. The Guardian, who was younger then, ate that disciple in a single bite. Lin Wuye's eyes did not change, but the inside of his head did. He filed the information carefully. Master Hung smiled again. "Now, junior brother," Master Hung said, "I do not want your pendant. I am old, I am dying. I have been the keeper of the bell for 90 years, and the bell is now your business, not mine. I want only one thing from you." Lin Wuye set down his cup. "Name it, senior." Master Hung inclined his head. "Ring the bell," he said. Lin Wuye looked at him. "Ring the bell," Master Hung said. The bell is in the small temple on the eastern hill. The temple is old. The bell hangs from a single beam. The bell has not rung in 200 years. I cannot ring it. I have tried. I am not a vessel of the heart of heaven. The bell does not answer me. The bell will answer you." Lin Wuye watched him carefully. "What will the bell do, Senior, when it rings?" Master Hung's eyes, the warm amber, took on a faint glassiness. "It will wake the guardian," he said quietly. "The guardian will rise from the eastern hill. The guardian will look upon you. The guardian will mark you as a friend. Because the bell can only be rung by a friend. The bell is keyed to the Slow River sect's understanding of the heart of heaven." He paused. "After that, junior brother, you will have a friend in this world who is at peak nascent soul. With 200 years of accumulated patience, who would lift a province for you with one fin. That is, when the bell rings, what you receive." Lin Wuye waited. Master Hung smiled, very faintly. "And what you give, junior brother," he said, "is that I get to go. The bellkeeper passes when the bell is rung. I have been waiting 90 years to set down this body and walk into the slow water. Tonight, if you ring the bell, I sleep. Tomorrow morning, I am the river. The young woman in gold outside this room is my granddaughter. She will inherit nothing, because nothing of me is left to inherit. She has known this her whole life. She is fine." He paused. "So. Will you ring the bell, vessel?" Ding. Quest received. Ring the bell of the Slow River sect. Reward, Spirit Beast contract with Peak Nascent Soul Guardian. Lin Wuye set his cup carefully on the table. "Senior Master Hung," he said. "When?" Master Hung smiled. "Tomorrow," he said. "Midnight. The bell does not ring during the day. The bell does not ring before midnight. The bell does not ring after the first bell of the dawn watch. The window is the second half of the night. Midnight is the strongest." Lin Wuye nodded. "Will the city hear it?" he asked. Master Hung's smile widened by exactly half a hair. "Every cultivator in Linhai with an open ear will hear it," he said. "The 3 towers will hear it. The Cloudwatcher Tower will hear it most clearly, because their cultivation is keyed to detect the awakening of vessels and ancient beings. The Whitebone Tower will hear it second most clearly, because their compound stands on the western edge of the old Slow River temple grounds, and the bell will, very briefly, resonate the bones in their floor. The Northern Tower will hear it third. Lord Morong will know by within 5 breaths. He will not act immediately. He will need to consult his patron." Lin Wuye absorbed all of this in silence. "Senior," he said, "the Cloud Watchers will come for me that night." Master Hung nodded once, gently. "Yes, junior brother, they will. Patriarch Bai Yang is old. He is meticulous. He is not the most powerful enemy you will face in this city. He is, however, the most efficient. He will leave his tower the moment the bell stops resonating. He will fly directly to the eastern hill. He will arrive within half a candle's burn of the bell ringing." Lin Wuye looked at the lamplight on the table. The light was warm. The light flickered. He let himself think for a long moment. "Senior," he said, "what of the Morong dinner?" Master Hung's eyes warmed slightly. "Ah," he said, "the Morong dinner. Lord Morong will host you tomorrow night, the second night of the gathering. The dinner will be cordial. The dinner will be 12 courses. The dinner will end at the 3rd hour of the night watch, which is well before midnight. Lord Morong will, during the dinner, make his second offer. The second offer will be larger than the first. He will offer you a marriage to his only daughter, Lady Morong Ruashu, who is at the 7th layer of foundation establishment and is, by the standards of the Eastern Wind Province, one of the 3 most desired young women of her generation. He will offer you a position in the Merchant Alliance as an outer prince, with a small fief, an immortal artifact, and 100,000 spirit stones. He will offer all of this in exchange for the pendant. He will not threaten you openly at the dinner. He will, near the end, mention casually that a third party is arriving in Linhai in 3 days. The third party's name is the Black Crane Patriarch. The third party is the one Lord Morong is afraid of.
Lin Wuye lifted his cup, drained it, set it down. Senior, he said. You know a great deal about Lord Marong's plans for tomorrow night. Master Hung smiled. I have been sitting in Linhai for 90 years, junior brother. I have watched every Marong dinner that has involved a vessel or a relic or a sect heir for the last 60 of those years. The script does not change very much. The names of the daughters change, the amount of spirit stones grows by a small percentage each generation. Otherwise, the script is the same. Lin Wuye nodded slowly. So, he said. Tomorrow I dine at the Northern Tower. Tomorrow I refuse the marriage and the fief and the stones. Tomorrow at midnight I walk to the Eastern Hill, I ring the bell. The Cloud Watchers come. The Guardian wakes. I survive the night. The Cloudshade Four leave Linhai at dawn. Master Hung nodded once, gently. Yes, junior brother, he said. That is the shape of it. Lin Wuye smiled, faintly, the smile was small, the smile was tired. The smile was the smile of a man who had been a transmigrator for less than a month. And had already learned to bargain with spirit-severing cultivators over tea. Senior, he said, I accept. Master Hung's old face softened. He reached across the table and placed one hand briefly over Lin Wuye's hand. The touch was warm. The touch was nothing like the cultivation Lin Wuye had felt from any other cultivator in this world. The touch was simply the touch of a kind old man who had been waiting for him. Thank you, junior brother. Master Hung said. He withdrew his hand. He poured Lin Wuye another cup of tea. They drank in companionable silence for a long time. The lamplight flickered gently against the walls of the back room. Outside, somewhere in the city, the second bell of the night watch rang, low and slow. Master Hung raised his head at the sound. It is time, junior brother, he said gently. Go back to your compound. Sleep well tonight, dine well tomorrow. Refuse politely. Walk to the Eastern Hill at midnight, ring the bell. Lin Wuye rose. He bowed deeply to Master Hung. Master Hung inclined his head in return. The young woman in pale gold appeared again at the bamboo beads. She bowed to him. She led him back through the front of the tea house, past the old sweeper at the door. And into the cold night air of the canal. The walk back to the Cloudshade compound was longer in the dark than it had been in the dim of dusk. He noticed, this time, that the cold pulse of the southern tower was no longer hostile against his pendant. It was simply watching. Watching from very far away. Watching the way a wolf in a high snowfield watched a deer crossing the valley below.
The second day in Linhai passed quietly. Lin Wuye slept until mid-morning. He ate a small breakfast with the Cloudshade 3 at the compound's plain wooden table. He told them, carefully, what had been said in the back room of the canal tea house the night before. He told them about Master Hung. He told them about the Slow River sect. He told them about the bell on the Eastern Hill. He told them about the guardian beneath. He did not tell them about Master Hung's granddaughter or the dying part. Those were not for the table. Sulan listened in silence. Du Hung listened with his hands folded in his lap. Lin Yue listened with her eyes lowered. When he finished, Du Hung exhaled slowly. Junior brother, he said. You are walking into a room where 4 powers have spent 2 days deciding how to take what is around your neck. He paused. The Cloudshade Sword Sect will not abandon you. We came with you. We leave with you. But I want you to remember, when you sit at Lord Marong's table tonight, that the Cloudshade has no spirit-severing cultivator in this city. We have only foundation establishment. If the dinner goes wrong, we cannot reach the tower in time. Lin Wuye smiled. Senior brother, he said. The dinner will not go wrong. The dinner will go exactly as it has gone every other time. Master Hung has read this script. Su Lan looked at him. He looked back. After a moment, she nodded once. Lin Yue lifted her cup. She drank.
They sat in silence for the rest of the meal. That evening, the sun set early behind the western gate. Lin Wuye dressed himself in the Cloudshade Sword Sect's formal robes, plain white silk with the small silver cloud embroidered at the left shoulder. He hung the small black pendant openly outside his robe at the collar, the way old Yuan had instructed. He walked alone to the northern tower. The streets were full, cultivators from a dozen sects, dressed in robes of a dozen colors, milled along the broad avenues toward the various towers of the gathering. The Murong Merchant Alliance had set up small purple lanterns along the route to the northern tower. The lanterns lit themselves at sunset, as if on command, and the soft purple light turned the cobblestones into a long slow path of welcome. At the gate of the northern tower, 2 attendants in deep purple bowed to him. Inner disciple Lin Wuye of the Cloudshade Sword Sect. Champion of the Inner Sect Tournament, one of them said politely. Lord Murong awaits you. Lin Wuye followed them inside. The lift in the northern tower was a slow, round stone platform that rose on a column of pale purple spiritual energy. It carried him up 40 levels in the time it took to drink a small cup of tea. At the top, the dining hall opened onto him. The hall was vast. The ceiling was painted in slow patterns of stars. The table was a single piece of dark wood, 20 paces long, lacquered black. 12 other guests were already seated. Each of them wore the robes of a different sect or alliance. Each of them stood politely when Lin Wuye entered. At the head of the table, in deep purple, trimmed in gold, sat Lord Murong of the Murong Merchant Alliance. Beside him sat a young woman in soft purple. She was perhaps 20. Her hair was a deep dark brown. Her eyes were the color of warm copper. Her cultivation was the 7th layer of foundation establishment, polished smooth, the kind of cultivation that came from generations of family pills and family masters. She was beautiful in the way the daughters of merchant alliances were beautiful. Her name, Lin Wuye knew before she opened her mouth, was Lady Murong Ruoxue. The script was indeed running as Master Hung had described it.
The 12 courses were excellent. The conversation was light. Lord Murong asked about the Cloudshade. He asked about Sect Master Yu Chen's health. He asked about the Mu Qing affair with the casual interest of a man asking about distant weather. Lin Wuye answered all of it politely and with no detail. Lady Murong Ruoxue, beside her father, watched Lin Wuye throughout the meal with copper-colored eyes that were neither hot nor cold. She spoke twice during the dinner, both times to ask about the eastern peak of the Cloudshade Sword Sect. Her voice was low, her voice was pleasant. Her interest in the eastern peak was, perhaps, a quarter genuine. The rest of her interest was on the pendant at Lin Wuye's collar, which she did not look at directly, except for a single glance every 5th or 6th question. At the end of the 12th course, when the last attendant had cleared the last small dish of preserved plum, Lord Murong rose. "Disciple Lin Wuye," he said. "The dinner has been a pleasure. May I speak with you privately for a small moment?" Lin Wuye rose as well. He bowed to the other 11 guests, to Lady Murong Ruoxue, and followed Lord Murong out of the hall. The private room was small, it was on the same floor, it had a single window of dark glass that looked out over the city of Linhai in lamps and dim lanterns and slow chimney smoke. Lord Murong poured 2 small cups of pale yellow wine. He handed one to Lin Wuye. "Disciple," he said, "the script of merchants is a tired script. I will spare you most of it." Lin Wuye took the cup, he did not drink. Lord Murong drank his own cup, slowly, and set it down. "2 days ago," he said, "I offered you wealth in exchange for the pendant. You declined. Tonight, my daughter Ruoxue, who is one of the most accomplished young women in this province, sat through 12 courses watching you with the attention of a hawk on a windless day. She tells me, in the small interval between the 8th and the 9th course, that she could find you tolerable." He smiled. "I will offer you, therefore, the second of 3 traditional offers of the Merchant Alliance. Marriage. Lady Murong Ruoxue, as your first wife, a fief in the southern coastal counties, 300 li of arable land. An immortal-grade defensive artifact, your choice from the Murong Vault,
100,000 spirit stones, a guarantee of breakthrough to core formation within the year through Morong alchemy. He paused, in exchange. The pendant. He lifted his eyes. They were warm, they were also tired. Disciple, he said, I have made this offer 8 times in my life to 8 different relic bearers. 5 accepted, 3 declined. 2 of the 3 who declined are dead. The third had to leave the Eastern Wind Province permanently. I am telling you this not as a threat. I am telling you this as a record. I would like you to accept. Lin Wuye set down his wine. Lord Morong, he said, I am honored. The honor is sincere. Lady Morong Ruokshu is beyond what a disciple of a sword sect should be permitted to hope for. The fief is generous, the artifact is generous, the spirit stones are generous. The guarantee of core formation, in particular, would tempt a wiser cultivator than me. He paused, he met Lord Morong's eyes. But the pendant is not for sale, senior. Not for any of those things, not for all of those things, the pendant has chosen me. I have chosen the pendant. Both choices are final. Lord Morong sighed, slowly. The sigh was not angry, the sigh was the sigh of a businessman who had completed a long-anticipated negotiation and was, at the end, neither surprised nor pleased by the outcome. He nodded once. Disciple, he said. Then I must do you the courtesy of the third traditional offer, which is information. He turned to the dark window. In 3 days, he said, a third party will arrive in Linhai. A senior cultivator from the western edge of this province, his name is the Black Crane Patriarch. He is at peak nascent soul. He cultivates an old, cold, hungry technique called the Black Crane Devouring Hand, which is not unrelated, I gather, to a technique I have already heard rumors of you using. He is the patron who instructed me to acquire your pendant. He is not, disciple, a merchant. He will not offer you wine. He will not offer you a daughter. He will offer you an opportunity to die quickly. He turned back. I am telling you this because the Merchant Alliance, having made all 3 traditional offers, considers its obligation to you discharged. After tonight, disciple, you are no longer my guest.
You are simply a relic. I wish you well. Lin Wuye bowed deeply. Lord Morong, he said. Thank you. He turned and walked out of the small private room. The lift carried him down 40 floors. The walk back through the purple-lit streets to the Cloudshade compound was quiet. He did not see Lady Morong Ruokshu again that night, although when he glanced up once at the dark glass of the tower's high window, he thought he saw a small, pale figure standing behind it, watching him go. Ding! New thread activated. Black Crane Patriarch, peak nascent soul, identified as Morong's patron. Arrival in Linhai, 3 days. The streets of Linhai were not the same on the walk home as they had been on the walk to the tower. The purple lanterns had dimmed, the cultivators on the avenues had thinned. Lin Wuye walked alone. His heart of heaven eye was open at half-strength. As he turned south at the second wide avenue, he glanced, without seeming to glance, toward the southern tower. The southern tower was awake. The top of the tower glowed faintly, a slow pale white light pulsed at its peak, 3 breaths to a pulse, like a heart beating in cold air. The pendant at Lin Wuye's collar went cold against his skin, not painful, but very cold. The Cloud Watcher Tower had felt his heart of heaven eye in use over the last 48 hours. The tower was now paying him direct attention. He did not look at the tower for more than the briefest passing glance. He continued his walk at the steady pace of an evening stroller. The Cloudshade compound was 3 streets away. He reached it without incident. Su Lan was waiting for him at the gate. She did not say anything. She simply opened the gate and walked beside him to his room. Du Heng was already there. Lin Yue was at the small window, looking out. The lamps were all extinguished. The 4 cultivators sat in the dark. Junior brother, Du Heng said quietly. We saw the tower light up. Lin Wuye nodded. They have felt my eye, he said. They are decided.
Patriarch Bai Yang of the Cloud Watchers will move on me tomorrow night, after the bell rings. Su Lan looked at him sharply. The bell. Lin Wuye told them the rest of what Master Hung had said. The midnight window, the bell, the guardian. The mark of friendship. The Cloud Watchers coming directly. The Whitebone Brotherhood feeling the resonance. Lord Marong taking the longest to react. The plan. When he finished, Du Hung was silent for a long moment. Junior brother, he said at last. We should leave Linhai at first light tomorrow. The dinner was completed. Lord Marong has discharged his obligation. The Cloud Watcher Tower has decided. The Whitebone Brotherhood will not need to be paid this time, they will move on us themselves. The bell does not need to be rung tonight. Lin Wuye smiled, very faintly. Senior brother Du, he said. If I leave Linhai without ringing the bell, I leave Linhai with 3 towers and a black crane patriarch behind me. If I ring the bell tomorrow at midnight, I leave Linhai with 3 towers, a black crane patriarch. And a peak nascent soul ally beneath the eastern hill. Du Hung looked at the dark window. He did not speak for a long moment. Then he said, very quietly, Junior brother. The peak nascent soul ally beneath the eastern hill is a tortoise. He cannot leave the hill. He will protect the hill. He will not follow you to your next city. Lin Wuye nodded. I know, senior brother, he said. But the friendship of a slow river guardian is not only the friendship of a guardian. It is also the friendship of a system, a network. A memory that runs through the soil and the canals and the salt of this entire coast. Even if I never return to Linhai, the slow gold river will know me. There are not many honest powers in this world. The slow river is honest. I will not refuse honesty when it is offered. Su Lan watched his face. She nodded slowly. I agree, junior brother, she said. We stay one more night.
The 4 of them slept in shifts. The first watch was Du Hung's. The second was Lin Yue's. The third was Su Lan's. The fourth, the long pre-dawn watch when the city was most quiet, was Lin Wuye's. During his own watch, just as the sky outside his window was beginning to take on the faint gray of an unborn morning, there was a small, soft sound at the window itself. The sound of a feather scraping against wood. He rose. He went to the window. On the sill, a small gray messenger pigeon stood folded up against the dawn cold. Tied to its leg was a single, small scroll. Lin Wuye untied the scroll. The pigeon flew away without waiting. He unrolled the scroll. The script was elegant. The script was old. Inner Disciple. Lin Wuye of the Cloudshade Sword Sect. The Cloud Watcher Tower of Linhai City respectfully invites you to a friendly meeting at noon, the 3rd day of the gathering. The Southern Tower, 4th level, Eastern Receiving Room. We will provide tea. We will not detain. Signed, Patriarch Bai Yang, Cloud Watcher Sect, Peak Core Formation. Lin Wuye read the note twice. He folded it. He woke Su Lan from her short nap with a single hand on her shoulder. She read the note. She passed it to Du Hung. Du Hung read it. He passed it to Lin Yue. Lin Yue read it. None of them spoke for a long while. Eventually Du Hung said, "That is not an invitation. That is a summons." Lin Wuye smiled, faintly. "Senior brother," he said. "Then I will go politely. I will be back before sunset. I will eat dinner with you. I will walk to the eastern hill at midnight." The Cloudshade 3 looked at each other. None of them objected. Outside the small window of the Cloudshade compound, the sky was beginning to lighten. The cold, pale light at the top of the Cloud Watcher Tower had stopped pulsing. It was, instead, simply burning, steady, like a small white eye that had opened in the dark and was no longer blinking. At noon the 3rd day, Lin Wuye walked alone to the southern tower. The tower was the smallest of the 3. The tower had no flag, no lanterns, no ornamentation. The stones of its outer wall were a pale white, very clean, almost too clean, as if the air around the tower refused to allow ordinary dust to settle. At the gate, a single attendant in plain white robes bowed silently and led him in.
The interior of the tower was as he had imagined it would be, pure white stone, high ceilings. No furniture in the lower halls, diagrams carved into the walls in patterns of small dots and connecting lines, the kind of patterns a man might mistake for decoration unless he had spent years studying them, in which case he would recognize them as maps of the spiritual veins of the human body, marked with kill points. They went up by a stone staircase, 4 floors. The eastern receiving room on the 4th floor was small. A single wooden table, 2 cushions, a small clay teapot. Across the table from the empty cushion sat the patriarch. Patriarch Bai Yang was old, he was older than the sect master of the Cloudshade. He was perhaps as old as Lord Marong, possibly older, his hair was a pure white, cut short and neat. His robe was the plain white of the lower tower. His eyes were a clear, calm, pale gray, peak core formation, the same realm as the Cloudshade sect master had once been at, although the sect master had since risen further. The patriarch did not rise when Lin Huiye entered. He inclined his head. He gestured at the empty cushion. "Sit, please, disciple," he said. His voice was as plain as his robe. Lin Huiye sat, the patriarch poured tea. He pushed the cup across the small table, they drank, the tea here was pale, almost clear. The tea had a faint dry flavor, like the smell of cold mountain stone after a winter rain. Lin Huiye set down his cup carefully. "Disciple," the patriarch said. "I will not waste your time, the Cloud Watcher sect maintains a list. The list has the name of every vessel of the heart of heaven. Since the heart was first scattered into 9 pendants 12,000 years ago. Your name was added to the list 6 days ago, on the day your eye first opened on the road to Linhai. You are the 9th recorded vessel since the scattering. 3 of the previous 8 vessels survived to the awakening of the heart, all 3 of those 3 were corrupted before they were killed. My sect has executed 8 vessels, junior brother. We do not enjoy it, we do not regret it, we simply do it. The heart is not a treasure, the heart is a poison. Every vessel believes, at the beginning, that he is different, every vessel discovers, before the end, that he is not. I am telling you this because I prefer that you understand what I am asking before I ask it." He paused, he took another small sip of tea. "I am asking you, disciple, to surrender to the Cloud Watcher sect for execution. I will do it cleanly. I will do it here, in the tower, today, this afternoon. I will allow your sect to recover your body. I will write the formal explanation to Sect Master Yu Chen myself. Your sect will not be punished. Your sect will, in fact, be quietly thanked. The province will be grateful." He set down his cup. "The pendant, of course, will be sealed in a stone vault for the next 1,000 years until the heart breaks the seal and scatters again."
Lin Huiye looked at the patriarch for a long, quiet moment. He picked up his own cup. He drank, slowly, the rest of the tea. He set the cup down. "Senior," he said, "I appreciate the directness." Patriarch Bai Yang waited. The waiting was not hostile, the waiting was the patient waiting of a man who had heard the same answer 8 times before and was ready to hear it for the 9th. Lin Huiye smiled, faintly, the smile was small, the smile was tired. The smile was the smile of a man who had been a transmigrator for less than a month and was, against the odds, beginning to enjoy the experience. "Senior," he said, "I decline." The patriarch nodded once. He had expected nothing else. He set his hands on his knees. "Disciple," he said gently. "Then we will meet again. Soon, in fact. Within the week. I would prefer the next meeting to be clean and short. I will arrange it as such." Lin Huiye rose, he bowed politely. "Senior," he said, "the Cloudshade Sword Sect thanks the Cloud Watcher sect for the tea." He turned, he walked to the door. As he passed through the doorway, the air around him shimmered, for 1/2 breath, with a thin warm gold haze. The heart shield. Old Yuan's gift.
Behind him, the patriarch had launched a single small white needle of pure spiritual cultivation directly at the base of Lin Wuye's skull. The heart shield had absorbed it cleanly. The needle had dissolved. Lin Wuye paused, just one step past the doorway. He did not turn. Patriarch Bai Yang, behind him, smiled. The smile was small. The smile was the smile of a man who had finally confirmed something he had only suspected. Old Yuan still travels. The patriarch said softly. Walk well, disciple. The meeting was educational. Lin Wuye walked on. He passed down the stone stairs. He passed the attendant at the front gate. He walked out into the early afternoon light of Linhai. The sun was bright, the streets were busy. The cold white eye at the top of the southern tower behind him had not blinked. He walked, with the same steady pace as a man on an ordinary afternoon errand, back to the Cloudshade compound. In his small room, he sat on the bed. He breathed out slowly. The cultivation he had absorbed from the 12 Wuhan forest cultivators, plus the lingering layers from Wang Hao, plus the slow drip of residual qi from the entire journey to Linhai, plus the warm steady gold of the slow river that had been flowing under his feet for 2 days, plus the small needle of Bai Yang's spiritual energy his heart shield had eaten on the way out of the tower. All of it had been refining itself inside his dantian for the entire walk back. He had felt it building. He had not pushed it. Now, in the quiet of the small room, he sat down on the bed. He folded his legs. He closed his eyes. He pushed. The bottleneck before core formation cracked. Then it broke. Then his dantian opened wider, deeper, into a small, clear sea. Spiritual energy poured upward into his meridians like a tide rolling back into a basin. The skin on his arms tightened. His bones thickened a third time. His breath slowed to the long even pace of a core formation cultivator. Ding! Core formation, first layer. Heavenly Tao path stabilized. Tribulation passed silently due to vessel binding. Reward issued. Devouring Tyrant Palm, third form. Outside, in the corridor of the Cloudshade compound, Su Lan, who had been pacing for 2 hours, stopped mid-step. She felt the breakthrough through the walls. She closed her eyes for a long breath. Then she smiled, very small.
By the time the moon rose over Linhai City, the third night of the gathering, Lin Wuye was already walking toward the eastern hill. He had eaten dinner with the Cloudshade 3. The dinner had been quiet. The three of them had not said much. Du Heng had eaten the most. Lin Yue had eaten the least. Su Lan had simply watched the lamp on the table burn. After dinner, Lin Wuye had risen, bowed to the three of them, and walked out alone. The Cloudshade 3 followed him at a distance, fanned out across 3 rooflines on 3 streets, each of them with a sword and a small storage bag, and an exit route memorized in advance. They were not there to fight beside him. They were there to fight clear of him if the night went very wrong. The eastern hill was on the eastern edge of the city, past the old fishing district, past the canal that ran along the edge of the salt yards. The hill itself was not large. It was a low, rounded mound, perhaps 40 paces high at its peak. On the top of the hill stood a small wooden temple. The temple was old. The roof had sagged. The columns had silvered with age. Ivy had grown across the door. The bell hung from a single long beam under the temple's open front porch. The bell was not large. The bell was no bigger than a small wash basin. The bell was streaked with 200 years of bird droppings and salt and dried sea air. The bell rope had rotted away. Lin Wuye climbed the hill slowly. There was no path. The grass was thick. The night was warm. At the temple, he paused on the lowest step. He looked at the bell for a long moment. He reached up, slowly, and placed the flat of his right palm against the bronze. The bronze was warm. The bronze was alive in a small, slow way. The pendant against his chest pulsed once, hard. Far beneath the hill, something old and large and patient stirred for the first time in 2 centuries. Lin Wuye drew his palm back.
He struck the bell once, with the flat of his open palm. The bell rang. The ring was not loud, at the point of striking. The ring was clear. The ring went outward from the hill in a slow, circular wave that did not move through the air, but through the soil and the canals and the salt. The cultivators in Linhai heard it. The cultivators on the city walls heard it. The cultivators in the 3 towers heard it. The cultivators on the salt yards heard it. The cultivators on the ships in the harbor heard it. Every cultivator in the city with an ear that had ever been opened to the natural pulse of the earth heard the bell. In the same way they heard their own breathing. In the same way they heard their own slow heart. Far below the hill, the slow gold river thickened. The ground around the temple began to rumble. The rumble was very low. The rumble was very long. Lin Wuye stepped back from the temple steps. He stepped down the hill 20 paces. He waited. Somewhere in the dark of the city behind him, in a small back room of a small tea house on a canal, Master Heng of the Slow River Sect was finishing his last cup of tea. He set the cup down gently. He breathed out one long, slow breath. He did not breathe in again. His head lowered, very gently, until his forehead touched the edge of the table. His granddaughter, in the doorway, watched the breath go out of him. She did not weep. She had known this was coming for 90 years. She closed his eyes carefully with 2 fingers. She bowed once to him. She walked out of the tea house into the night. On the eastern hill, the ground broke open. Not violently. The earth and the grass simply parted, the way the surface of a pond parted around a slowly rising fish. From the parted earth, a great smooth shell rose into the moonlight. The shell was the deep gold of old amber. The shell was the size of a small palace. Beneath the shell, 4 old patient legs and 1 slow patient head emerged, the head wider than a city gate, the eyes the size of cartwheels, the eyes the color of old gold lit from within by a slow, warm light. The eyes settled on Lin Wuye. They did not blink. The voice, when it came, was not loud. The voice came through the soil. The voice came through the bones of every cultivator within 5 li. "Vessel," the voice said. "You have rung the bell. I am awake. Speak your name." Lin Wuye bowed deeply. "Senior," he said. "Lin Wuye of the Cloudshade Sword Sect. Vessel of the first pendant." The great turtle inclined its enormous head. "My name was once Heng," the voice rumbled gently. "I lent it to my keeper while I slept. He has set it down tonight. I take it back. I am Heng of the Slow River. I bind to you as friend." The pendant against Lin Wuye's chest pulsed 3 times in slow rhythm with the turtle's words. Ding! Spirit beast contract established. Slow River Heng, peak nascent soul. Range of influence, the city of Linhai, and 100 li in all directions of soil, water, and salt. Friendship absolute. Lin Wuye bowed again, more deeply. "Senior Heng," he said. "I am honored." The great turtle's eyes warmed, very slightly. "Vessel," he said. "Be quick. The 3 towers of this city have already heard. The southern tower will reach you first. The patriarch of the southern tower is rising even now. He approaches by sword flight from the south. I will hold the hill. I cannot leave the hill. Run, Vessel." Lin Wuye smiled, faintly. "Senior," he said. "Thank you." He turned. He began to walk down the hill at a fast, even pace. At the foot of the hill, Su Lan stepped out of a thicket of trees. Du Heng stepped out of a barn doorway across the road. Lin Yue stepped out of the shadow of a stone wall. The 4 of them met at the road. They did not speak. They began to walk, then to run, toward the western gate of the city. Above them, the cold, pale eye at the top of the southern tower flared open. From the tower's peak, a single thin streak of white light shot out across the rooftops of Linhai City, fast as a falling star, aimed directly at the eastern hill. Behind them, far across the city, the eastern tower of the White Bone Brotherhood was already moving. 3 black silhouettes leapt across 3 rooftops in a row, fast and silent. And, slowest of the 3 but deepest in weight, the deep purple flag at the top of the northern tower began to glow. Lord Morong was not yet moving. Lord Morong was, however, sending a message somewhere far to the west, somewhere on the edge of the province. The message would reach the Black Crane Patriarch by morning. The Black Crane Patriarch would set out at dawn. The Black Crane Patriarch would arrive in Linhai a day earlier than Lord Morong had originally promised. Ding. New chapter unlocked. Flight from Linhai. The Cloudshade 4 ran on into the night.
The bell of the eastern hill was still resonating in the bones of the city when the Cloudshade 4 reached the western gate of Linhai. The streets behind them were waking. Lanterns were lighting in windows that had been dark a moment ago. Cultivators in the inn districts were rising from their beds and going to the rooftops to look east. The slow gold pulse of the great turtle was rolling through the canals, the salt yards, the alleys, the wooden beams of the old houses. None of the citizens of Linhai understood yet what they had heard. They only knew that the city had been touched. The four did not stop to explain. They ran. Du Heng was in front. Su Lan was on his left. Lin Yue was on his right. Lin Wei was at the back, with the pendant in his open palm, the small black stone pulsing warm against his skin, in time with the long, slow steps of the turtle behind them. They reached the western gate in less than a quarter hour. The western gate was closed for the night. It was closed every night between the third bell and the dawn bell. The law of Linhai City was old, and the law of the western gate was older. The four watchmen at the gate, all Foundation establishment, all Morong aligned, were already on alert. They had heard the bell, they had felt the pulse, they had been ordered 2 days ago by an envoy of the Merchant Alliance to take particular notice of any cultivator in Cloudshade Sword Sect robes who attempted to leave the city by night. The senior of the four watchmen stepped out into the road as the Cloudshade 4 ran up. "Halt," he said politely. "The gate is closed until dawn. Please return to your residence." Du Heng did not stop. He did not draw his sword either. He simply lifted his right hand, palm open, and let his sword aura wash forward in a single short, clean pulse. The senior watchman folded backward, gently, as if a soft mattress had been pressed against his chest and lifted him off his feet. He landed on his back in the road, his eyes closed, his breathing steady. He would wake at noon with a bad headache and no memory of the next 10 breaths. The other 3 watchmen drew their swords. Su Lan stepped past Du Heng. She lifted her left hand. A wide, soft sheet of pale violet flame washed over the 3 watchmen, the way a fishing net was thrown over a school of fish. They folded the same way the senior had folded. They landed unconscious in the road. None of them were burned. The violet flame had only sealed their meridians for the next half hour. Du Heng nodded once, briefly. Su Lan, he said. "Thank you." She did not answer. Lin Yue had already moved to the gate itself. The gate was a great pair of iron-banded oak doors, 10 paces high, locked by a single heavy beam, slid horizontally across the inside. Lin Yue rested her palm flat against the beam. She closed her eyes. She breathed out once, slowly. The plain mountain technique of the southern peak was a quiet technique. It was a patient technique. It was also a strong technique. The beam cracked top to bottom with a sound no louder than a dry branch breaking in a winter forest. The 2 halves of the beam fell away. The gates eased open under their own weight. The 4 passed through the gate at a run. Behind them, the gate creaked, slowly closed on its own, the way a door eased shut on a quiet evening when no one had bothered to push it. They were outside the city. They were on the western road, the only road that left Linhai in this direction for the next 50 li. The road went west along the foot of the low hills, then forked north into the Borderlands and south back toward the Cloudshade. Above them, the white streak that had shot out of the southern tower 5 breaths ago, the streak that had carried Patriarch Bai Yang of the Cloud Watchers in a sword flight directly at the eastern hill, was already curving. The Patriarch had reached the hill. The Patriarch had seen the great turtle. The Patriarch had felt the absence of the vessel. The Patriarch was now turning his sword west. They ran. Lin Wei, in his fresh core formation cultivation, was the fastest of the four. He could have outrun the other three by a wide margin. He did not. He carried Sulan on his left arm, and he carried Lin Yui on his right in short bursts of sword-chi flight that took them 100 paces at a time across the road. Du Heng kept up at his side on his own foot speed. The Cloudshade Four moved across the western road like a single long ripple of dark cloth, low and fast, the kind of movement that left no print in the dust, but that ate ground at the rate of a galloping horse. Far behind them, the white streak in the night sky finished its curve and accelerated. Patriarch Bai Yang of the Cloudwatcher sect of Linhai City was formally beginning his hunt. The western road that left Linhai passed first through the city's outer salt yards. The salt yards were broad, shallow pans of evaporating brine, 20 li long, lit during the day by the sun and at night only by the moon. The pans were divided by long, low walls of dried salt brick. The walls were waist-high. The walls cast strange black shadows in the moonlight. The cultivators of the salt yards were poor cultivators, chi condensation labourers who had no business being awake before dawn. The yards were empty. The four moved through them at a sustained sword-key sprint, jumping from wall to wall, the salt cracking under their feet, the smell of brine and old fish bones rising from the pans in slow waves around them. They had passed the 7th of the 20 walls when Lin Wei in the rear lifted his eyes from the road and let the heart of Heaven Eye open all the way for a single breath. 3 pinpricks of cold grey light flared on the roof of the nearest salt warehouse, 50 paces ahead and to the right. He pulled the eye back. Senior brother, he called, 3 of them, warehouse roof, right. Du Heng's response was immediate. He shifted his line of run by 10 paces to the left, putting the next salt wall between his line of approach and the warehouse roof. Lin Yue, behind Su Lan, dropped to a low crouch on top of the wall and went still. Su Lan, on Lin Yue's right, raised her free hand. Lin Yue set Su Lan and Lin Yue down on the wall. He stepped forward into the open salt pan. He folded his hands behind his back, the way an inner disciple stood when being graded by an elder. He lifted his eyes to the warehouse roof. "Senior assassins of the Whitebone Brotherhood," he said politely, his voice carrying easily across the still salt yards. "The night is cold. Why don't you come down? You are welcome to die at my feet rather than on a rooftop, which is undignified." The 3 black silhouettes dropped from the roof. They landed in 3 points in the salt pan around him, equidistant in a perfect triangle. They were 3 women. All 3 wore the grey-trimmed black of the Whitebone Brotherhood. All 3 carried small needle weapons in both hands, similar to the ones Bone Whisper had carried at the eastern peak. The centre of the triangle was Lin Wei. The senior of the 3, a tall, thin woman with hair cut short above her shoulders, lifted her chin. "Inner disciple," she said. "The Brotherhood was promised a body. We are here to collect it." Lin Wei smiled gently. "Senior," he said, "I am sorry. The body is being used." The triangle moved. The 3 women fired their needles in 12 coordinated bursts, 24 needles in total, in a sustained spread that filled the salt pan around Lin Wei like a sudden swarm of insects. The needles came from 3 directions at once. The needles were tipped with 3 different alchemical compounds. Lin Wei did not move from his place. He did not raise his hands. The heart shield around him, that thin, warm gold haze that old Yuan had given him under the stars 3 nights ago, flared once. Every needle that entered the haze dissolved into a small drift of pale, yellow dust. The dust hung for a moment in the air and then settled gently to the salt at Lin Wei's feet. The 3 women had a half-breath to register the result. Then Lin Wei moved. He had not yet shown the 3 Purity Shadow Sword to a core formation cultivator. He had only used it on Foundation establishment opponents. Tonight he showed it to all three of them at once. From his open palms extended 6 thin dark blades of pure black sword, intent, 3 from each hand, hanging in the salt-bright air like ink held in still water. The 6 blades did not chase. They simply intercepted the 3 women at 6 points, 2 per woman, at 3 breaths apart. The first blade caught the senior assassin's right wrist. The second caught her left. The senior dropped both her remaining needle weapons. She did not have time to draw her primary sword. The third blade caught the second woman's right shoulder. The fourth caught her left hip. The second woman folded sideways into the salt. The fifth blade caught the third woman's throat gently. She froze. She stopped moving. The sixth blade hovered at her heart. Du Hang and Su Lan walked into the salt pan at a careful pace. Lin Yue stayed on the wall, watching the road. Lin Wei lowered his right hand. The 2 black blades around the senior assassin and the third woman softened, became invisible, did not vanish. He stepped forward and placed 2 fingers on the senior assassin's forehead. The soul memory came easily. The Brotherhood's instructions, the Morong payment, the promised additional bonus from a third party, a senior cultivator from the western edge of the province, sent ahead of the Black Crane Patriarch's arrival, 3 days early. The Black Crane Patriarch was already on the road. He would arrive in the Borderlands within 5 days. He had with him a special cultivated crane that could find a vessel of the heart by the smell of the pendant alone. Lin Wuye filed all of this. He lifted his fingers. The senior assassin collapsed sideways into the salt, alive but drooling. He turned to the second woman, who was still folded sideways and breathing in shallow pulls. He bent and placed 2 fingers on her forehead, the same way, the same memory shard, less detail. Confirmed the Black Crane Patriarch's special crane. He lifted his fingers. She, too, collapsed onto the salt. He turned to the third woman, the one with the black blade still hovering at her throat. He looked at her for a long moment. "Senior," he said gently, "tell your Brotherhood that the Merchant Alliance has, in this matter, overpromised. Tell them that there is nothing they can collect tonight that they will be able to carry away. Tell them that, if they wish to be paid for honest work, they should refuse the next contract on this body. Do you understand?" The third woman swallowed carefully. "Yes, junior brother," she said. The black blade at her throat softened. Lin Wei let her go. She vanished in a single short sword-key step, off the wall and into the night, running west and then turning sharply back east toward the city. Behind him, the 2 unconscious women lay on the salt. Lin Wei, very calmly, knelt beside the senior and placed his palm against her chest. The devouring tyrant palm, second form, gentle setting. The senior's cultivation drained slowly into him over the span of 3 breaths. Her core formation, early-stage spiritual energy refined itself inside his dantian. The second woman, the same. Du Heng watched in silence. Su Lan watched in silence. Lin Yue, on the wall, watched the road. Ding. First core formation cultivation absorbed. Refinement underway. Lin Wuye stood. He nodded to Du Heng. They began to run again. By the time the salt yard ended, the moon was past its highest point and beginning its long, slow slide toward the western mountains. The road climbed. The land rose into low hills. The grass beside the road was thick with night dew. The cold pulse of the bell behind them had finally settled. The slow, gold light of the great turtle on the eastern hill had subsided into a quiet warmth in the bones of the road itself. The 4 ran on. They had been at full speed for more than half a watch. Lin Wuye, at his fresh core formation cultivation, was not yet tired. Du Heng's breathing was beginning to deepen. Su Lan was steady. Lin Yue was steady. They had crossed perhaps 30 li from the city when Lin Wuye, in the rear, slowed slightly. He lifted his eyes. Above them, against the cold black sky, a small bright white streak was descending. The streak's angle of descent had been calculated to land at a high rock at the head of the next pass. Linhai watched the streak land. The patriarch of the Cloudwatcher sect sat down lightly on the rock at the top of the pass. He stood with his white sword in his right hand. He waited. The four of them entered the pass at a walk. They had agreed to walk the moment they saw him. Running into a peak core formation patriarch would only have looked, in hindsight, undignified. They walked. They stopped 20 paces from the foot of the rock. Patriarch Bai Yang inclined his head politely. "Disciple," he said, his voice carrying as easily across the cold, dark pass as it had carried across the small white room of the southern tower that afternoon. "The meeting at noon was educational, you said. I have since then become more educated as well." He smiled faintly. The smile was small. The smile was the smile of a man who had recalibrated. "The heart of Heaven Eye," he said, "the heart shield. The bell of the slow river guardian, the first core formation absorption in a salt yard. You have done more in 3 days, disciple, than the 7th vessel of the heart did in 3 years. I begin to understand why you decline so easily." Linhai bowed politely. "Senior," he said, "thank you." Patriarch Bai Yang lifted his sword. He spoke a quiet word. From the white blade extended 12 thin threads of pure white spiritual energy. The threads spread outward in a slow, widening sphere, surrounding the four of them in a great cage of pale light 100 paces across. The cage did not touch them. The cage simply enclosed them. "Cloudwatcher. Sealing net," he said softly. "A sect technique. The net does not crush. The net does not burn. The net only holds. The net will hold for 1 watch. By the end of 1 watch, additional Cloudwatcher cultivators will arrive. There are 7 of them en route." He set his sword down across his folded arms. He sat down on the high rock in the manner of a teacher who had begun a lesson and would now allow the students time to think. Juhang drew his sword. He cut at the nearest white thread of the net. The blade rang against the thread the way a small iron hammer rang against a thick iron bar. The thread did not move. Sulan lifted her hand. The pale violet flame washed against the inside of the net. The flame bent away from the thread, as if a thin sheet of cold glass stood between them. Linhai drew her plain blue-tasseled blade and tested an adjacent thread. Her blade rang and was repelled. The net held. Linhai stepped forward. "Senior brother, senior sister, junior sister," he said quietly. "Please stand back." 3 steps. The 3 of them stepped back. Linhai walked to the center of the cage. He turned his palms upward, both of them. He let the Heart of Heaven pendant outside his robe pulse, openly, 3 times. The pendant pulsed with the slow, patient gold of the great turtle still resonating in his bones, plus the small, dense black of the Devouring Tyrant system, plus the warm, pale gold of the heart shield. He drew in a long breath. He folded the breath inside his dantian. He exhaled. From his right palm, a small, dark sphere bloomed. It was the size of a child's fist. It was the color of a deep black coal that had been burning under a furnace for 10 years. It was not a palm. It was not a blade. It was simply a small, concentrated singularity of devouring spiritual force. The Devouring Tyrant Palm, 3rd form. The system had granted him the 3rd form at the moment of his core formation breakthrough that afternoon. He had not yet practiced it. He had only studied the diagram in his mind. Tonight was the field test. He lifted the small dark sphere in his open palm. He turned it slowly toward the nearest thread of the white cage. The thread bent toward the sphere as if drawn by a magnet. The white light at the edge of the thread thinned. Then the thread broke. Then the broken end of the thread peeled away from the rest of the cage and was sucked slowly into the small dark sphere. Then the next thread thinned. Then the next thread broke. Patriarch Bai Yang sat up sharply on the rock. The 4 of them watched the cage unravel. By the time the 3rd thread had been absorbed, the patriarch had risen to his feet. By the time the 5th thread had been absorbed, his sword had returned to his hand. By the time the 7th thread had been absorbed, the patriarch had drawn back his core technique. The remaining threads dissolved. The cage was gone. The small dark sphere in Lin Wuye's palm was now slightly larger. It was the size of a small apple. It was still warm. He closed his fingers around it. He absorbed it back into his dantian. Ding! Devouring Tyrant Palm, 3rd form, 1st deployment. Refinement permanent. Reward, 10 years of Patriarch Grade Sword Chi from absorbed sealing net. The 4 of them looked up at the high rock. Patriarch Bai Yang of the Cloud Watcher sect was no longer on the rock. He had risen into the air gently on his white sword. He was, at this moment, 300 paces up. He was watching them. He was not smiling. After a long moment, he raised one hand in a small polite salute. Then he turned his sword north. He flew, slowly, away from the pass, in the direction of a small village in the foothills. He would not pursue further tonight. The Cloud Watcher sect did not pursue into the Borderlands. The Patriarch needed to send his messengers. Lin Wuye exhaled, very slowly. He had not realized he had been holding his breath. The Cloudshade 4 ran on. A small wooden signpost stood at the crossroads, 10 li past the pass. The signpost had been there longer than the road itself, although no one in the surrounding villages remembered who had put it there or why. The signpost had 4 arrows. North toward the Borderlands, south back toward the Cloudshade Sword Sect, east back toward Linhai City, west toward the deeper province. The 4 of them stopped at the crossroads. The night was just beginning to thin into the first pale grey of pre-dawn. The cold was sharper this far inland. Above them, no streak of white sword key, only stars paling. Du Heng spoke first. Junior brother, he said, south. We go south. The sect master is at middle nascent soul. The Cloudshade Sword Sect has walls and arrays. The road south is 6 days. We can make it in 4 if we run. Lin Wuye listened. He did not answer. Su Lan spoke next. She did not look at Du Heng. She looked at Lin Wuye. Senior brother Du, she said quietly. South is what Bai Yang will expect. The Cloud Watcher sect maintains polite alliances with 3 sects along the southern road. The Patriarch has already sent his messengers. We will run into Cloud Watcher patrols. Within 3 days, we will run into Cloud Watcher allies. If we are slowed by even one engagement on the southern road, the Black Crane Patriarch arrives in the Borderlands before we cross into the next province. He then flies south at his nascent soul speed and reaches the Cloudshade before we do. The sect master is at middle nascent soul. The Black Crane Patriarch is at peak nascent soul. The sect master will lose. The sect will burn. She paused. She turned to Lin Yue. Junior sister, she said. Your thoughts? Lin Yue, who had spoken very little since the river road of Linhai, lifted her head. She considered. North, she said quietly. The Borderlands are wild. The Borderlands have no Cloud Watcher patrols. The Borderlands have no allied sects. The Borderlands have beasts and bandits and weather, but the Borderlands do not have eyes. We disappear. We cultivate. We return when junior brother Lin is stronger. Du Heng exhaled slowly. He looked at Lin Wuye. Junior brother, he said. Your vote. Lin Wuye looked for a long moment at the 4 arrows of the signpost. He could feel, in the quiet of his dantan, the small, new, dense weight of the Devouring Tyrant Palm 3rd form, plus the absorbed sealing net cultivation of Patriarch Bai Yang. The new weight settled. He breathed out. North, senior brother, he said. We disappear. The sect master and the sect must not be drawn into this fight while I'm still at first layer core formation. We go north, we hide, we grow. When I return south, I will return at a level that does not require the sect master to lose. Du Heng was silent for a long moment. Then he nodded very slowly. North, he said. The 4 of them turned to the north road. They began to run. Above them, in the lightning sky, A small dark point in the high air resolved into a circling shape and then drifted west away from them, toward a foothill village. Patriarch Bai Yang of the Cloudwatcher sect of Linhai City had finished sending his messengers. He had confirmed that the vessel was going north. He had not pursued north of the pass. He would not. The Cloudwatcher sect had political enemies in the Borderlands. The Patriarch could not afford an instant. He would instead wait. He would wait for the Black Crane Patriarch's arrival in 5 days. He would wait for the Murong Merchant Alliance's slow-moving response in 7. He would wait for the vessel, eventually, to come south again. The Cloudwatcher sect was patient. 8 previous vessels had taught them patience. Far north of the crossroads, in a small thatched hut, just inside the line of the Borderlands, an old woman in a torn brown robe lifted her head from her sewing. She had heard the bell of the Slow River Guardian ring 2 nights ago. She had been counting since then. She set down her needle. She smiled faintly. The smile had no teeth in it. The smile had, however, the same patient warmth as the smile of old Yuan. She picked up her sewing again. She had a few hours before the vessel arrived. She would finish the seam. The borderlands of the Eastern Wind Province were not a single landscape. They were a slow patchwork of 3 landscapes layered against one another, the way 3 blankets of different colors were folded against one another at the foot of a winter bed. The first was the forest, a long, wide band of dark, cold pine and silver birch that ran for 100 li in either direction along the northern edge of the province. The forest was old. The forest was full of small spiritual beasts at the level of foundation establishment, the kind of beasts that did not threaten cultivators, but that could not be ignored either. The second was the marsh, a long, shallow wetland of slow green water and stunted black willow that lay just past the forest. The marsh was full of mosquitoes that bit even cultivators. The marsh was full of bog spirits, ghost rank entities that drifted between the trees on still nights and asked travellers their names. A polite cultivator answered with a false name and continued on. An impolite cultivator was followed for several days. The third was the low hills. Long, rolling brown hills, almost grassland, scattered with small clusters of round stone huts where the Borderlands people lived. The Borderlands people did not call themselves a country. They were too few. They simply called themselves the Hill People. They cultivated, on average, at the 3rd or 4th layer of chi condensation. They herded small spirit goats and grew a thin red root that was used in low-grade alchemy. They did not love outsiders. They did not, however, refuse to trade. A copper bought a meal. A silver bought a bed. A small spirit stone bought a guide to the next village. The Cloudshade 4 travelled through the forest for 2 days, at a slower pace than the Salt Road sprint. There was no one chasing. There was no need to exhaust themselves. Lin Wuye kept the heart of Heaven Eye open at the dimmest setting. The eye showed him the forest as a slow patchwork of low, warm colours. There were no Cloudwatcher signatures. There were no Whitebone signatures. There were no Black Crane signatures. There were only the small dim greens and browns of the forest's resident beasts, and a few wandering hill people moving along the small footpaths between the trees. On the second night, the 4 made camp at a small clearing beside a clear stream. They lit a small fire. They cooked the dried provisions Sulan had brought from the Cloudshade compound in Linhai. They ate in silence. After the meal, Lin Wuye sat on the far side of the fire from the other 3. He closed his eyes. He let the heart of heaven pendant pulse against his chest at its own slow rhythm. He drifted, slowly, into the half-meditation, half-sleep that core formation cultivators used to recover after long travel. He found himself standing again on the great empty plain under the black sky in which no stars burned. The stone throne stood at the center of the plain. The figure on the throne, the heart of heaven, the first master from 12,000 years ago, sat with both hands resting lightly on the arms of the throne. He lifted his head as Lin Wuye approached. The faintly glowing grey jade eyes warmed by a single shade. "Vessel," the figure said, "you have rung the bell. The Slow River Guardian is bound. The Cloud Watchers have failed once. The Black Crane is coming." Lin Wuye stopped 10 paces from the throne. "Senior," he said. "He is faster than Bai Yang," the figure said quietly. "He flies a true sword. He carries with him a cultivated crane that can find a vessel of the heart by the scent of the pendant from 100 li away. He will arrive in the Borderlands within 5 days. You cannot, at your current cultivation, defeat him. You can, however, hide from him. There is a small, abandoned cave system 3 days north of where you currently sleep. The cave is built into the side of a low hill that lies just past the marsh. The cave system has good spiritual veins. The cave system has a natural shielding that the cultivated crane cannot pierce. The cave system also has inside it an old keeper. The keeper is harmless. The keeper has been waiting for you. Lin Wuye listened. He did not interrupt. The figure continued. Go to the cave. Cultivate. The keeper will teach you a small technique. The technique will complement what I have given you. In exchange, the keeper will ask of you a small future favor. Accept the favor, vessel. The favor is fair. Ding. Quest issued. Travel to the cave of the keeper, 3 days north of current camp. Reward, foreign technique integration. Lin Wuye bowed his head once. Senior, he said, thank you. The figure inclined his old head very slightly. The plane dissolved. The black sky faded. The cold ground of the forest returned beneath Lin Wuye. He opened his eyes. Across the fire, Sulan was watching him. She had been watching him the whole time. She did not ask. He smiled, faintly. North, he said. 3 more days. Sulan nodded once. She poked the fire with a stick. They slept in shifts again. By the end of the 5th day in the Borderlands, the 4 had crossed the forest, the marsh, and the first low ridge of the hills past the marsh. The marsh had been unpleasant. The bog spirits had drifted close on the 2nd night and had asked Du Heng in particular his name. Du Heng had given the false name of a cousin he had not seen in 20 years. The bog spirits had drifted on. Sulan had been bitten by a mosquito the size of a bird and had killed it with a single flick of her violet flame. Lin Yue had not been bothered at all. Lin Wuye had used the Heart of Heaven Eye to map the safest path through the green water and had brought the 4 through in a single half-day. The marsh had not delayed them more than was reasonable. On the far side of the 2nd ridge, the land opened into a small grassy bowl ringed by low brown hills. At the back of the bowl, on the side of the largest hill, an opening in the rock face. The opening was the size of a small barn door. Vines grew across it. A small clear stream emerged from the lower edge of the opening and ran down the slope. Lin Wuye stopped at the foot of the slope. He let the Heart of Heaven Eye open. The cave glowed gently in his vision. A network of warm, green, spiritual veins lined the walls. The air inside carried a slow, patient breath of natural spiritual energy. And deep in the back of the cave, a single small still pinprick of soft warm colour sat where a person sat at a small fire. He turned to the 3. Senior brother, senior sister, junior sister, he said. The cave is the one. The keeper is inside. I will speak with the keeper alone for the first meeting. If I do not return in 1 watch, the cave will not let any of you in. Please make camp at the foot of the slope. Du Heng nodded. We will. Sulan said nothing. Lin Yue said nothing. Lin Wuye climbed the slope. He stopped at the opening of the cave. He bowed politely. Senior, he said, his voice carrying gently into the dim interior. May an unworthy junior enter? From inside, a thin, warm voice answered. Of course, vessel. Come in. He stepped inside. The cave was larger than it had looked from the outside. The opening was narrow, but the inner chamber was wide. The walls were lined with the slow, warm veins he had seen with the eye. The floor was dry and clean. A small fire burned in the center of the chamber on a flat stone hearth. Beside the fire, on a low wooden stool, sat the old woman. She was old, older than Master Heng, possibly older than Patriarch Bai Yang. Her hair was white. Her hair was thin. Her hair was tied back in a small, simple knot. Her robe was brown and torn at the hem. In her lap was a small piece of sewing, a needle and a length of pale thread. She was finishing a seam. She did not look up at first. She finished the seam carefully. She tied it off. She set the sewing aside on the small stone bench beside her stool. She looked up. Her eyes were the colour of warm river clay. Her smile had no teeth in it. The smile had, however, the same patient warmth as old Yuan's. "Vessel," she said. "Sit, please. I have tea." He sat across the fire from her on the bare floor. She poured tea for him from a small dark clay pot into a small dark clay cup. He drank. The tea was bitter and rich, the kind of tea brewed in old leaves from the deep mountain. She watched him drink. She nodded once, slightly. "Vessel," she said. "My name is not important. I have been called the old sewing woman by the hill people for the last 50 years. Before that, I had 3 other names. Before that, I had a true name, which I gave away the year my master died. I do not remember it." He listened in silence. She continued. "My master was the founding sister of a small order of yen cultivators called the Cold Lily Sisterhood. The order died 800 years ago when the Cloudshade Sword Sect's founding patriarch sealed our last guardian beneath the eastern peak of his new sect. The guardian was my master's youngest disciple. The guardian had been left in charge of the eastern peak when the order was scattered. The Cloudshade Sword Sect did not know what they had sealed. The Cloudshade Sword Sect simply built their sect on top of her the way a peasant built a house on top of a sleeping snake. He listened. The pendant against his chest pulsed once, slowly. He had heard the voice in the dark of the eastern peak. He had sealed the voice with a Tier 1 emergency talisman the system had given him on the 5th night. He remembered. The old sewing woman smiled, very faintly. "You sealed her," she said. "I felt it, 2 months ago, from here." I felt the small Tier 1 seal lay itself across her mouth. "Thank you, Vessel." He bowed his head. "Senior," he said. "I did not know." She lifted one hand. "Vessel," she said. "Of course you did not. You were 10 days into your new body." The sealing was correct. The sealing kept her quiet for the journey. The sealing will not last forever. In due time, you will return to the Cloudshade. In due time, you will release her. I will not ask you to release her now. I will not ask you to release her this year. I will ask you to release her eventually, when you are strong enough to teach her how to eat without doing harm. He looked at her for a long moment. "Senior," he said, "I do not know that I can teach a peak nascent soul yin spirit how to eat without harm." The old sewing woman smiled, very faintly. "You will, Vessel," she said. "By the time the question becomes urgent, you will. In the meantime, will you accept the favor in advance?"
5. The Black Crane arrives for 5 days. The Cloudshade 4 lived in the cave. The cave was kind. The slow, warm, spiritual veins in its walls were thick. The small stream that ran from its mouth was clean. Linhai cultivated by day. He absorbed the spiritual veins of the cave at steady rate. The cold lily breath, layered against the devouring tyrant sutra in his dantian, balanced his cultivation in a way the sutra alone had not. He reached the second layer of core formation on the 2nd day. He reached the middle stage of core formation on the 4th day. He stabilized there. Sulan, in her own corner of the cave, absorbed the spiritual veins as well. She broke through the bottleneck of her own foundation establishment cultivation on the 3rd day. She reached the 9th layer of foundation establishment. She did not push toward core formation. She was waiting, she said quietly to Lin Yu once, for a particular kind of pill. Du Hong meditated. He did not advance. He had been at 9th layer foundation establishment for 2 years, and he would, by his own admission, remain there until he could find a particular spirit root in a particular eastern mountain that the sect master had told him about. Lin Yu cultivated quietly. She advanced a single sublayer in 5 days. On the 5th day, in the late afternoon, while Lin Wuye was sitting cross-legged at the back of the cave and cooling the deep core of his cultivation with the cold lily breath, the heart of heaven, eye in his forehead, flared once, on its own. He had not opened it consciously. The eye opened in alarm. Inside his vision, the small grassy bowl outside the cave was as always quiet. The hills beyond the bowl were, as always, brown. The forest in the distance was, as always, deep green. But 20 li past the forest, at the edge of his vision, a new color had bloomed. The color was a dense, slow, hungry black. Not the small, dense black of the devouring tyrant system. A different black. A wide black, the size of a small army. He concentrated. The black resolved itself, slowly, into shapes. A tall figure in black robes at the head of a formation. 6 lieutenants at core formation behind him. 31 Foundation Establishment Sect warriors behind them. And, on a long thin chain leash in the tall figure's hand, a cultivated white crane the size of a small horse. Its eyes a sharp metallic silver, its long thin beak parted just slightly as it inhaled. Lin Wuya exhaled very slowly. The Black Crane Patriarch of the Black Crane Hall had arrived in the Borderlands. The Patriarch had taken a fast eastern route through the upper province. The Patriarch had ridden the wind on his sword for 2.5 days without stopping. The Patriarch had not used any of the southern roads where the Cloud Watcher sect maintained alliances. The Patriarch had cut directly. He was at peak nascent soul. His sword chi pressed even from 20 li away, like a slow cold cloud rolling across the horizon. Beside him, the cultivated crane lifted its long head. Its silver eyes settled on the brown hills of the Borderlands. It opened its beak. It inhaled. It inhaled again, more deeply. Inside its chest, an old, slow sensor stirred. A sensor that had been bred over 40 generations of cultivated cranes in the Black Crane Hall to detect a single thing in this world, the thing the hall called the heart of heaven's heartbeat. The crane's silver eyes narrowed. The eyes settled directly on the cave system. The crane opened its beak wider. It screamed. The scream was high and thin and very precise. The scream carried through the air. The scream carried through the forest. The scream entered the cave system through the small stream's opening. The scream reached Lin Wuye's ears as the small high note of a knife held against a wet glass. The old sewing woman, in her sewing chamber back in the cave's deep, did not look up from her work. She had already known. She finished one more stitch. She tied off the thread carefully. She set her sewing in her lap. She closed her eyes. And outside, in the brown hills, the Black Crane Patriarch lowered his eyes from the high distance to the cave system. He smiled slowly. His teeth were small and white and even. "Found you, little vessel," he said. The heart of heaven, eye in Lin Wuye's forehead burned. The pendant at his chest pulsed 3 times in alarm. Ding. Threat detected. Black Crane Patriarch, peak nascent soul. Range, 20 li and closing. Estimated arrival at cave, 2 hours. Lin Wuye stood. He walked to the front of the cave. Du Heng and Su Lan and Lin Yu were already on their feet. The 4 looked at each other. There was nothing to say. Lin Wuye smiled very faintly. "Time to run, senior brother," he said. Du Heng smiled back. "Time to run, junior brother," he said. The 4 left the cave at a sprint. Behind them, in the deep of the cave, the old sewing woman opened her eyes one last time. She nodded once. Then she vanished. The cave's slow, warm light dimmed. The cave's slow shielding faded. The cave became simply a cave. Hashtag chapter 36. Out of the cave, the Cloudshade 4 came out of the cave in a single low sprint. Behind them, the slow, warm shielding of the old sewing woman's cave was fading visibly, the way the warmth of a kettle faded after the fire was extinguished. The cave looked, even before they were 10 paces down the slope, like an ordinary opening in a brown hill. They did not look back. Lin Wuye, in the front, kept his heart of heaven eye open at full strength. The eye showed him the Borderlands in slow, sharp color. 20 li to the southwest, the wide, dense black of the Black Crane Patriarch's formation pulsed steadily. 6 smaller pinpricks of cold gray, the Patriarch's 6 personal core formation lieutenants, were beginning to spread outward from the central column in a slow hunting fan. 31 smaller pinpricks of dimmer color. The Foundation Establishment Sect warriors formed the outer ring of the fan, and the long, thin shape of the cultivated crane, with its silver eye, was lifting into the high air above the formation. The crane's eye, the old sewing woman had told them, could not see through the cave. The crane's eye could see, the moment the cave's shielding faded, everything within 50 li of where the crane flew. The four ran. Linhai spoke as he ran. "Senior brother," he said, his voice steady against the rhythm of his running breath. "The crane will find me by the pendant within a quarter hour. Whichever direction I run, the crane will follow. The patriarch will then send his lieutenants in pairs along 3 intercept lines. We have to split." Du Heng's mouth tightened, but he did not argue. He had been running through the same calculation since the moment he had felt the crane scream past through the cave. "Where do we split, junior brother?" he said. Linhai answered without slowing. "Senior brother, due east. There is a small river 20 li east. Cross it. Burn the bridge. The 2 lieutenants who will follow you will lose you for half a watch at the river. Junior sister Linhai, northwest. There's a long, narrow ravine in the foothills, the kind that ends in a wall of high rock. Let the 2 lieutenants who will follow you enter the ravine. Show them what the southern peak has been teaching you in private. They are arrogant. They will not expect it. Senior sister Sulan." She glanced sideways at him as she ran. "Stay with me," he continued. "The pendant will draw the patriarch and his last 2 lieutenants and the crane onto my path. I will lead them north toward the mountain pass. I will buy us all enough time. We meet at the small village called Stone Owl, 3 days further north in 5 days. If any of us does not arrive by sunset of the 5th day, the others continue without him." Du Heng exhaled. "Junior brother," he said. "Stone Owl. 5 days. I will be there." Linhai nodded once, sharply. Sulan said nothing. She did not need to. A small ridge rose at the edge of the grassy bowl. At the top of the ridge, the 4 stopped for a single breath. They looked at each other. Du Heng nodded once to each of them. He turned east. He vanished down the eastern face of a ridge in a single short sword-cheese step. Linhai turned northwest. She vanished down the northwestern slope. Linhai and Sulan turned due north. They began to run together along the spine of the ridge toward the rising line of mountains in the far distance. Behind them, the Black Crane Patriarch's column reached the empty cave. The Patriarch, on his slow black sword, lowered to the ground at the mouth of the cave. He stepped inside. He stood for one breath. He stepped back out. The crane, on its long, thin chain leash, lifted its head. The silver eye, now 20 paces above the Patriarch, opened wider. The eye swept the brown hills in a single slow turn. The eye found 3 new heat traces, 3 different vectors leaving the cave. The eye marked the strongest of the 3. The pendant. North. The crane screamed once, high and thin. The Patriarch smiled just slightly. He raised his right hand. He gestured to 2 lieutenants. He pointed east. They sprang east in a single short sword-cheese step. He gestured to 2 more lieutenants. He pointed northwest. They sprang northwest. He gestured to the last 2 lieutenants and to the crane. He pointed north. He himself rose into the air on his slow black sword. He flew, at the pace of a patient old man who had hunted vessels for 2 centuries, due north along the spine of the ridge. Hashtag chapter 37. Du Heng stand 20 li to the east. The land sloped down toward a small, fast river. The river was the color of green tea. The river ran between 2 low banks of red clay. A small wooden bridge crossed the river at a narrow point. The bridge was old. The bridge had been built for the hill people, not for cultivators. The bridge was wide enough for 1 ox cart at a time. Du Heng reached the bridge in less than half a quarter hour. He paused at the eastern end of the bridge. He looked back. The 2 core formation lieutenants of the Black Crane Patriarch were closing along his trail at a fast, sustained sword-cheese sprint. They were perhaps half a li back. Du Heng turned to face them. He drew his sword. The plain mountain sword of the southern peak was, in plain truth, not a famous sword art. It had been the sword art of the Cloudshade founder 800 years ago. It had grown out of fashion in the decades that followed. The Central Peak's sword arts were flashier. The Southern Peaks still taught Plain Mountain, but only the Southern Peak's older masters. Du Hong had been a Southern Peak disciple since he had been 7 years old. He had practiced Plain Mountain for 23 years. He had reached the 9th layer of foundation establishment 2 years ago and had not advanced further. He had been told by the sect master, in private, the reason. The reason was a particular spirit root that grew on a particular eastern mountain that Du Hong had not yet had the chance to find. The sect master had told Du Hong to be patient. Du Hong had been patient. He had also, very quietly, on every quiet evening of the last 3 years, been refining his plain mountain sword to a degree that no one in the Central Peak would have believed. The two lieutenants reached the western end of the bridge. They paused there. They were both at the 3rd layer of core formation. They were both, by sect standards, far above Du Heng's cultivation. The senior of the two, a tall, lean man with a scar across his right cheek, smiled politely. "Disciple of the Cloudshade," he said, "we do not wish to kill you. The Patriarch has instructed us to take you alive. If you surrender now, we will treat you well." Du Hong held his sword in a low guard. "Senior," he said, "cross the bridge if you wish." The two lieutenants exchanged a look. The senior shrugged. They drew their swords. They crossed the bridge in a single short sword step, side by side. They were 2 paces past the center of the bridge when Du Hong moved. The plain mountain sword. Form 1. The form was so simple that the senior lieutenant did not even recognize it as a sword form. The blade came up in a clean diagonal slash. The slash did not aim at either lieutenant. The slash aimed at the wooden beam under the senior lieutenant's right foot. The beam snapped. The bridge shuddered. The senior lieutenant's right foot dropped. The senior lieutenant's spiritual energy, which had been calibrated for a clean sword step crossing, was thrown off by a 1/4 degree. In that 1/4 degree, the second form of the plain mountain sword arrived. The form was a clean horizontal stroke at chest height. The senior lieutenant tried to raise his blade. He was a half-breath too slow. The plain mountain blade caught him across the chest. The cut was not deep. The cut was, however, precise. It cut along the line of his foundation meridian, the meridian every core formation cultivator depended on to circulate his cultivation. The senior lieutenant's cultivation cracked. He folded backward. He fell into the green river beneath the bridge with a small, heavy splash. The second lieutenant, the junior of the two, was already turning. He brought his blade down at Du Heng's head. The plain mountain sword form 3 answered. The block was clean. The 2 blades held against each other for one long breath. Then the junior lieutenant, who had not expected a 9th layer foundation establishment disciple to be able to stop a core formation strike with a single block, took a half step back. He was not as easy as the senior. He was, however, still arrogant. He activated a binding technique he had been holding in reserve. From his free hand, a long silver thread of spiritual energy snaked out and wrapped 3 times in succession around Du Heng's sword wrist, his neck, and his right ankle. The thread tightened. Du Hong did not fight the thread. He had recognized the technique. It was a Black Crane Hall sect art, the Black Crane binding thread. The thread was designed to tighten the more its target struggled. The thread was designed to take cultivators alive. Du Hong smiled, faintly, even as the thread tightened. He had bought, with his small clean trick at the bridge, exactly the half watch he had been told to buy. He folded his blade carefully into its sheath. He held still. The junior lieutenant nodded in polite satisfaction. He gestured with the thread. Du Hong was, by the law of the technique, pulled gently across the broken bridge to the western bank. The junior lieutenant turned. He began to march Du Hong back, west, toward the rejoining of the Patriarch's formation. The senior lieutenant in the river behind them had begun to float downstream face down. The junior lieutenant did not bother to recover him. Half a li to the west of the broken bridge, Du Hong, walking on his bound legs, smiled in private. The Southern Peak's older masters had also, over the years, taught him a number of small things about how to be a hostage. He breathed evenly. He kept his cultivation quiet. He waited. He knew, in that quiet, patient way that the plain mountain sword taught its disciples, that he would be useful again in a few days. For now, he had bought time. Hashtag chapter 38. Linhai vanishes to the northwest of the cave. The land rose in long, sloping ridges of brown grass. Between two of the ridges ran a narrow ravine. The ravine was a quarterly long. At its end, the ravine simply stopped against a high wall of red rock, the kind of dead-end ravine that local goat herds use to corner stray spirit goats. Linhai ran into the ravine at a steady pace. She was not, like Lin Wuye, a flashy cultivator. She was not, like Du Hong, an elder of a famous art. She was by every measure the central peak of the Cloudshade Sword Sect kept, an unremarkable 9th place inner disciple of the Southern Peak, 3rd place in this year's tournament, the kind of disciple a tournament observer remembered only as the quiet one who had not lost a senior brother due the sect master had selected her, personally, to accompany the 4 representatives. The sect master, on the morning of the departure, had quietly told her that he was selecting her precisely because no one would remember her face. The sect master had given her, also, a single small token of permission. The token was a thin wooden tag carved with the Southern Peak's old emblem. The token meant that, if it became necessary, she was permitted to use the quiet stone sword art. The quiet stone sword art was not taught to inner disciples. The quiet stone sword art was, in fact, not taught at all. It was simply given to one disciple of each generation of the Southern Peak by the senior master herself, in a small private ceremony in the back chamber of the Southern Peak's old library. Linhai had received the art at the age of 19. She had practiced it alone every morning for the past 5 years. She had never used it in public. She had never used it in a fight. She had never even, in the back of her mind, allowed herself to want to use it. The 2 core formation lieutenants chasing her caught up at the mouth of the ravine. They were both younger than the lieutenants who had chased Du Hong. They were both at the 2nd layer of core formation. They were both confident. They had been told before the chase that the 3rd place finisher of the Cloudshade tournament was a quiet woman from the Southern Peak. The senior of the 2, a young man with a feathered hairpin in the manner of the Central Peak's old fashions, laughed politely as he sprinted into the ravine. "Senior's sister," he called out. "Where do you think you're going?" Linhai did not answer. She ran the full length of the ravine. At the wall of red rock at the far end, she stopped. She turned. She drew her plain blue-tasseled sword. She did not say anything. From her sleeve, she drew a small wooden tag. She crushed the tag between her fingers. The dust of the tag drifted away on the wind. The quiet stone sword art by the Southern Peak's old custom did not require the destruction of the permission token. It only required the destruction of the silence around its use. With the token destroyed, the disciple was no longer obliged to remain unremarkable. She lifted her sword to a high overhead guard. She breathed out very slowly. The breath, when it left her lips, was perfectly silent. The 2 lieutenants, charging her, were a third of the way down the ravine. They were 6 breaths from her. They were in the middle of a coordinated sword step approach, the senior leading on the high line, the junior coming on the low line. Linhai's blade came down in a single clean overhead arc. The arc was not fast. The arc was not slow. The arc was the speed of a stone falling from a high cliff at the moment exactly halfway through its fall. The arc passed through the air between her and the 2 lieutenants. There was no light. There was no sound. There was simply, in the air, a thin, clean line of nothing that had not been there a moment ago. The 2 lieutenants reached the thin, clean line at the same instant. The senior lieutenant's body separated cleanly along a diagonal from his right shoulder to his left hip. The junior lieutenant's body separated cleanly along a horizontal from his right shoulder to his left. The 2 halves of each man fell, each half rolling slightly in the ravine's brown dirt. Their blades, still raised in the strike positions, clattered to the ravine floor. Their faces, frozen in the small surprise of men who had been expecting a different kind of fight, did not have time to change. Linhai lowered her sword. She did not breathe in for a long moment. The quiet stone sword art was not, by the Southern Peak's old teaching, a violent art. The art simply required the practitioner to be silent enough for long enough that the world forgot she was there. When the world forgot her, the sword became, briefly, a part of the world's own forgetting. The cut was the world's cut, not hers. The Southern Peak's old senior master, at the small private ceremony, had told Linyu that the quiet stone sword art would feel, the first time it was used, like a small soft door closing in her chest. Linyu felt the small soft door close, gently, behind her sternum. She breathed in again. She wiped her blade on the corner of her own outer robe. She sheathed it. She walked to the wall of red rock at the end of the ravine. She placed one palm on the rock. The Southern Peak's old senior master had also told her in the ceremony that the quiet stone art had a small second function. The art allowed the practitioner, once per use, to step out of a place as if she had never been there. Linyu closed her eyes. She stepped into the rock. The rock was not solid against her. The rock was, for that one step, the world's forgetting again. She walked through the wall of red rock in a single, quiet step. She emerged on the far side of the ridge, in a small, dry meadow she had not previously seen. She ran. She ran north. She ran along the spine of the next ridge for half a watch. She ran until the sun was high. From a high ridge, she paused at last to look back south. Far behind her, in the distance, she could see the small line of the Black Crane Patriarch's column. The column had stopped. The column had reunited at the broken bridge. The column was carrying, in its center, the figure of a man in Cloudshade Sword Sect robes, bound by silver thread, walking carefully. Devouring. She did not move for a long moment. She had not known. Her plan had been to head north, to Stone Owl, to meet Du Hung there in 5 days. Du Hung would not be at Stone Owl in 5 days. Du Hung would be wherever the Black Crane Patriarch took him. She breathed out, very quietly. The small soft door behind her sternum was still closed. She had one more use of the quiet stone art left before the silence would have to be rebuilt over the next 2 years. She did not waste it now. She turned, instead, north and west. She would still go to Stone Owl. She would arrive in 5 days. She would tell senior sister Sulan. When Sulan arrived, what had happened to senior brother Du together, they would decide what to do. The sect master had selected her. After all, precisely because no one would remember her face. No one in the Patriarch's column had seen her clearly. She intended to keep it that way. Hashtag chapter 39. The mountain pass to the north. Lin Wuya and Su Lan ran along the spine of the long ridge. The land changed beneath them as they ran. The brown grass of the Borderlands hills gave way, gradually, to the rough scrub of the high country. The scattered round stone huts of the hill people fell behind them. The air thinned. The sky was a hard pale blue, the kind of blue the sky took on at the edges of the inhabited world. Above them, the cultivated crane circled. The crane held its altitude carefully. The crane did not stoop. The crane was simply marking. Behind the crane, at a distance of perhaps 2 li, the Black Crane Patriarch and his last 2 lieutenants moved on the Patriarch's slow black sword. The Patriarch was patient. The Patriarch did not push his pace. The Patriarch was content, for now, to let his crane do the work of the chase, while his Foundation establishment sect warriors below them mopped up the Borderlands hills behind them. Lin Wuya, running, kept his heart of heaven eye open at the brightest setting his cultivation could sustain. Through the eye, he could see, with the kind of cold, sharp clarity the eye gave at full strength, every cultivator within 30 li of his current position. The picture was, by any honest measure, not good. The crane held its altitude. The Patriarch was closing, not quickly, but closing. The 2 lieutenants on either side of the Patriarch were both at the 4th layer of core formation. Su Lan, running beside him, was at the 9th layer of Foundation establishment. He himself was at the middle stage of core formation. He could not, even with the devouring Tyrant palm 3rd form, defeat the Patriarch. He was simply at this cultivation too far below the Patriarch to do so. He had not, however, run blind. The heart of heaven, in his last meditation in the cave, had given him a single small map. The map had shown him, 3 days north of Stone Owl, a narrow mountain pass between two granite peaks. The pass was on the map, marked with a single small symbol, a buried sword. They reached the foot of the pass an hour past midday. The pass was, as the map had shown, narrow. The pass was perhaps 10 paces wide at its mouth. The walls of the pass were sheer granite, 3 times the height of a man. The pass ran for perhaps 200 paces between the two peaks and then opened, on its far side, into the high steps. They entered the pass at a fast walk. Above them, the cultivated crane circled lower. The crane's silver eye glittered in the bright midday sun. Lin Wuye stopped at the center of the pass. He looked at the ground. In the granite of the pass floor, embedded to a depth of perhaps 2/3 of its blade, was a sword. The sword's hilt was black, wrapped in a plain dark cord. The sword's guard was a small, simple cross of pale silver. The sword's blade, where it emerged from the rock, was a soft slate gray, the color of an old river stone. There were no markings on the blade. There were no inscriptions on the hilt. The sword was, by appearance, an ordinary cultivator's sword. The heart of Heaven Eye, when Lin Wuye let it fall on the sword, showed him something very different. The sword burned, in his vision, with a slow, steady light brighter than anything else in the pass, in the Borderlands, possibly in the province. The sword's color was the color of the slow gold river beneath Linhai. The sword's color was the color of the warm gold haze of the heart shield. The sword's color was, in fact, the same color as the small black pendant at his chest. Immortal grade, bound by oath, refused to be lifted by anyone whose intentions were not aligned with the original owners. The pendant at his chest pulsed slowly. Lin Wuye exhaled. He knelt beside the sword. Behind him, at the mouth of the pass, Su Lan turned to face the approach. Above the pass, the cultivated crane began to descend in slow, tight spirals. The black crane patriarch's slow black sword followed the crane down. Lin Wuye, kneeling beside the sword, placed one hand on the cord of the hilt. The pendant against his chest pulsed 5 times, hard, deeper than ever before. The world around him dimmed. The granite of the pass faded. The sun overhead faded. Su Lan's small figure at the mouth of the pass faded. He was, again, standing on the great empty plain under the black sky in which no stars burned. The stone throne stood at the center of the plain. The figure on the throne, the heart of heaven, was already leaning forward, both hands gripping the arms of the throne. Hashtag chapter 40. A name long thought lost vessel. The figure said. The voice was for the first time urgent. The voice carried, beneath the urgency, a weight that had not been there in any of the previous meditations. The sword is mine, the figure said. I have been waiting 200 years for someone to come back to it. Lin Wuye bowed his head once. Senior, he said, tell me. The figure leaned back, very slightly on the throne. He exhaled. The exhale carried, even in the meditation space, the smell of old wind across a long, empty field. 200 years ago, the figure said, my third pendant was carried by a senior cultivator in the upper divine realms. I have told you of him. I have told you of his 7 disciples. I have told you of the banquet. I have not yet told you about the sword. The sword was mine in the upper divine realms before I had a name. I forged it from a single shard of my own heart, in an age when my heart was still in my chest. I gave the sword to my senior cultivator on the day he accepted the third pendant. I told him the sword would protect him. The sword did for 2,000 years. The sword would have protected him at the banquet as well. But the senior cultivator, on the morning of the banquet, set the sword down in the front room of his pavilion. He did not bring the sword to the table. He said that swords had no place at a feast. His 7 disciples poisoned him 3 hours later. He died with my sword in the front room and not in his hand. After the 7 disciples died, the sword was, by the lay of the events, in the front room of the pavilion of an empty house. The pavilion was robbed by minor cultivators over the following months. The sword refused to be lifted by any of them. The sword stayed where it had been set down. It stayed for 13 years. At the end of the 13 years, a single small old stable boy returned to the pavilion. The stable boy had been my senior cultivator's most junior servant. The stable boy had been left out of the banquet by accident, not by mercy. The stable boy had not known the betrayal was coming until it was too late. The stable boy lifted the sword. The sword allowed itself to be lifted. The stable boy was the only being remaining in the upper divine realms who had loved my senior cultivator without conditions. The sword allowed itself to be lifted, and the stable boy carried the sword down through the realms. The stable boy was not a cultivator. The stable boy could not use the sword for fighting. The stable boy simply carried it. He carried it for 200 years. He looked, all that time, for a new vessel to give it to. He looked in 9 realms. He found, in the 7th realm, a vessel he might have given it to, but he judged that vessel too cruel. He found, in the 5th realm, a vessel he might have given it to, but he judged that vessel too greedy. He found, finally, in the lower realms of this world, a small boy who had just been buried alive at the foot of the Sword Sect. He saw, in that small buried boy, the right vessel. He came down. He visited that boy on the road. He gave the boy a small smile, a small heart shield, a small word of counsel. He left the boy a buried sword in a mountain pass 3 weeks north. The boy now stands at the sword. Linhai listened in silence. The heart of heaven smiled, faintly. The smile in the meditation space was the warmest smile the figure had yet given. Senior, Linhai said quietly. The stable boy. The heart of heaven nodded once. His name was Yuan. He said, he has been called Old Yuan for the last 170 years. He lent his name to himself the way Master Hung of Linhai lent his name to the slow river guardian. Both names borrowed, both names returning. He paused. Vessel, he said. The sword is called Yuan Shou. Long hand. The sword was once part of me. The sword wishes to return. If you lift the sword binds to you. The sword will operate in your hand as if your cultivation were 2 full realms higher than it currently is. The sword will not, however, allow you to defeat the Black Crane Patriarch in a clean fight at the mouth of the pass. The Patriarch is peak nascent soul. The sword cannot lift you that far. The sword can lift you, today, to early nascent soul. Early nascent soul against peak nascent soul is still a loss. The sword can buy you a great deal of time. The sword cannot buy you the fight. Linhai nodded slowly. Senior, he said, may I lift it? The heart of heaven smiled. He extended one ancient hand, palm up, the way an elder extended a hand to a junior in greeting. Lift it, vessel, he said. The plane dissolved. Linhai was back in a mountain pass. His hand was still on the cord of the hilt. The granite of the pass was cool under his knees. The sun above the pass was bright. Behind him, at the mouth of the pass, Su Lan had her sword drawn. Above the pass, the cultivated crane was now perhaps 100 paces above the granite walls. He breathed in. He breathed out. He closed his fingers around the cord. He lifted the sword. The sword came free of the granite, as if it had never been embedded there. The granite where the blade had been sealed shut in a single soft ripple. The sword was, in his hand, lighter than a feather. The sword hummed once, gently, in the cool air of the pass. The blade, in the sun, was now no longer a slate gray. The blade was a soft, warm amber, the color of slow river clay, the color of the warm eyes of the old sewing woman, the color of the slow gold river beneath Linhai. The pendant at his chest pulsed once, hard, in slow rhythm with the sword's first hum. Ding! Immortal grade, artifact bound. Yuan Shou, long hand, sort of the original heart of heaven. Effective cultivation level while wielded, early nascent soul. Behind him, 2 pinpricks of cold light flickered out at the mouth of the pass. The Black Crane Patriarch's 2 core formation lieutenants had landed at the pass mouth. They had stepped past Su Lan, who had stepped aside in a small, calculated retreat to allow them to enter the pass. They were now 20 paces inside, looking at Linhai, looking at the sword, looking at the soft amber light of the blade. Their faces had changed. They knew the sword. They did not know how. Linhai smiled very faintly. He turned. Yuan Shou hummed in his hand. He took 1 step toward them. Hashtag, Chapter 41. The long hand, the senior of the 2 lieutenants, did not retreat. He was, by the rules of the Black Crane Hall, forbidden to retreat in the presence of his patriarch. The patriarch was, at this moment, descending toward the high granite wall of the pass on his slow black sword, perhaps 50 paces above the rim. The senior lieutenant raised his blade. He activated, as Wang Hao had activated weeks ago in the inter-sect tournament arena, his sect's strongest sword art. The Black Crane Devouring Sweep, a third-form sect art reserved for senior personal disciples. The blade in his hand turned, briefly, the color of fresh black tar. The blade extended in his grip by a third of its visible length, the sword chi adding a long, hungry, dark edge to the steel. He stepped in. Lin Wuye let Yuan Shou rise on its own. The sword, in his hand, did not require him to swing. The sword required him only to let it move. He raised the sword's tip from low guard to mid guard. The motion was small. The motion was slow. The motion was the motion of a man casually pointing at a far hill. The senior lieutenant's Black Crane Devouring Sweep met the rising edge of Yuan Shou's amber light. There was no sound. There was, simply, in the air between them, a clean diagonal line where the lieutenant's sword chi had been a heartbeat ago. The sword chi was gone. The blade of the lieutenant's sword, where the chi had cloaked it, was now plain steel again. The steel itself, where the chi had clad it, had become brittle. The blade snapped, top to bottom, in the lieutenant's hand before the lieutenant had even completed the downstroke of his attack. The lieutenant's downstroke continued. The downstroke now carried only the dead weight of a broken hilt. Lin Wuye stepped sideways once. Yuan Shou's blade arrived at the lieutenant's neck the way an honest man's hand arrived at the shoulder of a friend. The lieutenant did not have time to register what had happened. His head separated cleanly from his body. His body folded backward into the granite floor of the pass. The junior lieutenant, beside him, had a half-breath to react. He turned. He attempted to retreat back toward the mouth of the pass. He attempted to gain enough distance to spring up the wall and clear the pass on his own sword chi. Lin Wuye smiled gently. Yuan Shou hummed, again, in his hand. He took a single sword step forward. The sword step, with Yuan Shou's amplification, covered the 20 paces between him and the junior lieutenant in a single half-breath. He arrived at the junior lieutenant's back. He placed his free left hand on the junior lieutenant's spine between the shoulder blades. The Devouring Tyrant palm, second form, gentle setting. The junior lieutenant's cultivation drained out of him in 3 breaths into Lin Wuye's left hand. The junior lieutenant folded forward onto his knees. He died alive, but drooling. His core formation cultivation refined itself, slowly, into Lin Wuye's dantian. Ding. Second core formation absorption. Ding. Cultivation stabilization. Mid-core formation upper threshold. He turned to face the mouth of the pass. The Black Crane Patriarch was now over the high granite wall of the pass and beginning his descent into the pass itself. The Patriarch had stopped his slow black sword at the rim of the pass and stepped off onto the granite wall. He was now walking casually down the inner face of the wall as if the wall were a gentle staircase. His robes did not flap. The Patriarch's cultivation was so dense that the air around him simply ignored the laws of gravity for his convenience. Behind the Patriarch, on its long, thin chain leash, the cultivated crane had landed at the rim of the pass. The crane was watching with its silver eye. Sulan, at the mouth of the pass, had returned to a low guard. Her 9th layer foundation establishment cultivation against the Patriarch would last less than 3 breaths. She knew. She did not move. Lin Wuye spoke quietly. "Senior sister," he said. Her eyes flicked to him. Lin Wuye continued. "The sword can carry me. The sword cannot carry both of us." He paused. He breathed in. He breathed out. He did not look at her. "I will hold the pass," he said. "You will ride south. You will tell the sect master everything." Sulan exhaled. The exhale was slow. The exhale was just barely controlled. "Junior brother," she said, "the sect master will lose against the Patriarch. I will not deliver the message to a man who will burn for receiving it." Lin Wuye nodded once. Then to old Yuan he said, "The heart of heaven I has shown me his rough location. He is, by my reading, 3 days west of Stone Owl, in a small thatched hut in a foothill of the western steppes. He carried this sword for 200 years. The sword will lead you to him. Tell him the sword has been lifted. Tell him the vessel held the pass. Sulan looked at him for one long count of breaths. The breaths were measured. The breaths were calm. After the count was complete, she nodded. Junior brother, she said. I will. She turned. She stepped out of the mouth of the pass. She vanished in a single short, sword-cheese step, west and north along the high ridge. Lin Wei was alone at the pass with Yuan Shou humming softly in his hand and the black crane patriarch walking, casually, down the inner face of the granite wall toward him. Hashtag chapter 42. The patriarch at the pass, the black crane patriarch, reached the floor of the pass. He stepped, lightly, off the inner face of the granite wall and onto the granite floor, as if he had stepped down a single low stair. He stood. He looked at Lin Wei for a long moment. He looked at the sword in Lin Wei's hand. His expression, which had been cool and patient since the moment he had entered the Borderlands, finally shifted. The shift was small. The shift was the shift of an old man recognizing, after many years, the face of someone he had long thought dead. Yuan Shou, he said quietly. His voice carried the dry weight of a man speaking a name he had not expected to speak in his lifetime. So the rumor was true. He inclined his head very slightly in the direction of the sword. Not to Lin Wei. To the sword. Then he raised his eyes back to Lin Wei. Vessel, he said, I had intended, when I left the Black Crane Hall, to take you alive. I had intended to deliver you, alive, to my patron. The Merchant Alliance has been an inconvenience, but the Merchant Alliance is not my patron. My patron is older. My patron is patient. My patron has waited 800 years for your pendant to surface in the lower realms. My patron is, however, less patient than I am about the small black pendant arriving wrapped in a sword that he himself once feared. The arrival changes the calculation. I am sorry, Vessel. I will not be polite. He raised his right hand. From his sleeve, he drew his own sword. The sword was a long, thin black blade, perhaps a hand longer than Yuan Shou. The guard was a single, thin, silver crescent. The hilt was wrapped in a dull silver cord, the kind of cord used in old assassin sects to muffle the sound of sword being drawn. The blade hummed once when it was drawn, in a different register than Yuan Shou had hummed. Yuan Shou's hum was warm and slow. The patriarch's blade hummed in a high cold note, the note of a thin metal bell struck once with a dry knuckle. The patriarch's cultivation, which had been carefully leashed throughout the chase, expanded outward in a single soft wave. The wave passed over Lin Wei and over the cultivated crane on the high rim of the pass and over the small rough scrub above the pass. The wave did not, by intent, harm anything. The wave simply established the patriarch's presence in the pass. The granite under Lin Wei's feet sank, in a small soft compression, by the width of a thumb. The cultivated crane on the rim of the pass lowered its head. The crane did not move. The crane simply lowered, in respect for the patriarch's drawn sword. Lin Wei held his ground. Yuan Shou, in his hand, hummed steadily. The pendant in his chest pulsed once, slowly hard. Ding! Threat assessment. Peak nascent soul, drawn sword, hostile intent. Yuan Shou compensation insufficient. Estimated combat duration, less than 20 exchanges. Mitigation options, immediate retreat, impossible due to terrain. He smiled very faintly. He had not, since the night Zhang Tao and Chan Wei had thrown him in the pit of forgotten disciples. Faced a fight he was certain he could not win. He had read the rule in his old life, in his last life, as Su Hung the office worker, in the kind of novels he had read on rainy nights in his small apartment. The rule was simple. The protagonist who faced a peak nascent soul opponent at mid-core formation did not win. The protagonist held. The protagonist held long enough that something else changed. The something else was usually arranged by the author. He breathed in. He breathed out. The cold, pale, gold haze of the heart shield, given to him by old Yuan under the stars, settled gently around him. The pendant pulsed 3 times, slowly, in time with his breath. The sword Yuan Shou in his hand hummed once, twice, in slow companionship with the pendant. The Black Crane Patriarch lifted his thin black blade to a high overhead guard. "Vessel," the Patriarch said softly. "Forgive me." He stepped forward. The wind in the pass, between the 2 granite walls, held its breath.